including climate, geography, water sources, and seasonal variation. Rather than locating disease solely within the body, Hippocratic medicine emphasizes the interaction between organism and environment, arguing that different regions produce distinct bodily constitutions and disease patterns. By the 11th century, this Hippocratic model had been thoroughly integrated into the medical tradition of the Islamic world through the meditation of Galen, who expanded and systematized earlier environmental theories. Within this intellectual context, Imre Duan explicitly adopts the Hippocratic framework as a foundation for his own analysis. He writes, Galen explained, as did Hippocrates before him, that if the human body conforms to the air, water, food, land, and soil, health results. Also, he mentions the first method by which the bodies in excellent condition are managed means the planning of the air, water, food, and other things in the most balanced manner, and further, consider the objective of balance in every case and improve the air, water, and food in accordance with what is suitable to the temperament of each man, his habits, and his ability. These statements closely mirror the conceptual language of airs, waters, places, signaling Imre Duan's deliberate alignment with Hippocratic environmental theory. At the same time, they function not as a mere restatement of inherited doctrine, but as a methodological starting point for a more localized and empirically grounded inquiry. Imre Duan's engagement with Hippocratic theory is further evident in his emphasis on the variability of human constitutions among different regions. He underscores that bodily dispositions are not fixed, but are continuously shaped by environmental exposure, an idea that reflects a core Hippocratic assumption regarding the plasticity of the human body. If Imre Duan's engagement with Hippocratic environmental theory begins at the level of general principles, his originality becomes most evident in his sustained and detailed application of those principles to the specific ecological conditions of the Nile Valley. Rather than treating airs, waters, and places as abstract categories, Imre Duan transforms them into analytical tools for understanding the distinctive environmental dynamics of Egypt. In doing so, he effectively constructs a localized medieval geography in which the Nile itself becomes the central determinant of health and disease. At the heart of this analysis lies the annual inundation of the Nile, a phenomenon that structured not only agricultural and economic life, but also, in Imre Duan's account, the very conditions of bodily well-being. He analyzes Nile floods. At the end of the summer, the inundation of the Nile increases. It is clear that when this season comes earlier than usual, it is curtailed at its end by an equal length of time. There is a good deal of disturbance caused by the large quantity of moist vapors that ascends into the air. If it were not for the fact that the people's bodies are accustomed to these differences and conform to them, illness would occur in their bodies. Hippocrates spoke about this and stated that illnesses occur when the summer is damp. This passage represents a striking adaptation of the Hippocratic miasma theory, the idea that disease is caused by corrupted or polluted air, to the environmental realities of Egypt. While the author of Airs, Water, Places discusses the effects of marshy waters and stagnant air in general terms, Imre Duan anchors this model in the cyclical flooding of the Nile. The inundation generates moisture, stagnation, and putrefaction, which in turn produce harmful vapors that compromise the quality of the air. In Imre Duan's account, the Nile is not merely a geographical or economic feature, but a dynamic environmental force that shapes the epidemiological landscape of Egypt. While Greek medical texts often present environmental theory in broad comparative terms, Imre Duan grounds his analysis in the lived experience of the Nile Valley, producing a form of medicine that is both observational and context-sensitive. Moreover, Imre Duan emphasizes Egyptian humidity patterns and their physiological consequences. He observes that elevated moisture interacts with the hot summer climate to alter bodily temperaments. It was apparent to the ancients that places with many animals and plants have a great deal of corruption as well. In this land, the heat of its temperament, the weakness to decay, and the large quantity of animals and plants combine. Thus, incineration becomes inevitable. As a result, its clay and the earth become black. The soil that is close to the mountains is boraxine or saline. Black and gray vapors also appear in this land in the evening, especially in the summer. By linking environmental variables, temperature, humidity, and seasonal variation to changes in the humoral temperament, Emery-Duan demonstrates the integrated logic of environmental and humoral causation. At the core of Emery-Duan's medical framework lies the Galenic humoral system, a theory that dominated Islamic medicine by the 11th century. In this system, health is understood as the harmonious equilibrium of the four humors, blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Emery-Duan defines this principle. If what is evacuated is more than what is retained, it is inevitable that this surplus is from the essence of the humors of the body itself, which are very vital to the body. Consequently, their evacuation causes illness to occur. Therefore, what is retained should be equal to what is evacuated. While this definition mirrors classical Galenic doctrine, Emery-Duan emphasizes that such equilibrium is not fixed but dynamically influenced by environmental and social conditions. He consistently emphasizes that bodily balance can be disrupted by external factors, making preventive attention to environment central to medical practice. As a distinguishing feature of Emery-Duan's medical thought is his explicit integration of environmental variables into humoral reasoning. Humoral balance, he maintains, is highly susceptible to climate, seasonal change, and regional conditions. He explains, most of the people's maladies are caused by superfluities. That is to say, the putrid illnesses are mostly from yellow and phlegmatic humors, according to what conforms to the temperament of their land. Here, Emery-Duan maps the Galenic principle of humoral causation directly onto Hippocratic environmental theory. Moist air produces an excess of phlegm, demonstrating a direct causal relationship between external environment and internal physiology. He extends this logic to other environmental humoral interactions, noting that heat fosters yellow bile, dryness fosters black bile, and so forth. These mappings allow him to anticipate seasonal or location-specific health risks, providing a theoretical basis for preventing interventions. In keeping with Galen, Emery-Duan stresses that medicine must be personalized. He cautions that effective regimen and treatment require attention to the patient's unique constitution. It is desirable also that you consider the current season, the country, the age, and the illnesses in determining whether an evacuation that you have in mind is necessary or not. Moreover, he mentions the things that the doctor needs to count, memorize, and know in order to cure every disease and to preserve health. These are 25. Here, regional adaptation shows a localized application of humoral theory. While classical Galen emphasizes individual temperament and age, Emery-Duan adds local environment context as a determinant of humoral balance. This reflects a deliberate localization of humoral theory, aligning general Galenic principles with the realities of Egyptian climate. Health is understood as a dynamic equilibrium, constantly influenced by environmental and social conditions. By linking climatic factors to humoral balance and by emphasizing individualized attention that incorporates regional context, Emery-Duan produces a localized humoral framework. This approach not only preserves the integrity of Galenic theory, but also demonstrates its flexibility and applicability in the Nile Valley, a model of how classical medical knowledge was transformed in the medieval Islamic world. For Imam Ridwan, diet constitutes the cornerstone of preventive medicine, reflecting both Galenic humoral theory and the ecological realities of Egypt. He emphasizes that food can directly influence the balance of the humors, particularly in relation to local climate. He cautions the bad quality of the food is also one of the things that assures the goodness of the people's bodies and the rapid occurrence of illness. Also, he mentions whoever increases the consumption of food that produces black bile, his body is susceptible to melancholic illnesses. These statements illustrate how dietary advice was contextualized to environmental conditions. Heavy and moist foods could exacerbate the natural humidity of the Nile Valley and the summer heat, leading to an excess of phlegm or humoral imbalance. In this way, Imam Ridwan merges Galenic principles of dietetics with empirical observation of Egyptian climate and agriculture, demonstrating a practical application of theory. Beyond diet, Imam Ridwan emphasizes the importance of a structured daily regimen as a central component of preventive medicine. He writes, if sleep and wakefulness are balanced, they produce and preserve health. When asleep, digestion improves because of the descent of heat to the interior. Wakefulness dissolves the superfluities of digestion because of the ascent of heat to the exterior. Excessive sleep cools the body and the superfluities increase in it. Excessive wakefulness makes the body dry and spoils its digestion. This advice aligns with the classical Galenic regimen Sanitatis, in which daily rhythms are harmonized to maintain humoral equilibrium. However, Ibn Ridwan explicitly incorporates seasonal and environmental variation into these prescriptions. For example, he mentions that in periods of intense heat, we have a lighter activity, moderation in sleep, and avoidance of excess moisture. These are some measures designed to counteract environmental tendencies toward humoral imbalance. Ibn Ridwan also shows a remarkable sensitivity to the particular risks of urban living, reflecting his experience in the dense and rapidly expanded city of Cairo. He notes, Rufus said, if you enter a city and see that it has narrow alleys and tall buildings, flee from it because the city is contaminated. He meant that the vapors do not dissolve as they should on account of the narrowness of the streets and the height of the buildings. This observation indicates an early form of environmental health awareness in which the concentration of people, waste, and stagnant air contributes to disease risk. Ibn Ridwan's concern with urban air quality anticipates later notions of public health and reflects a broader Islamic medical engagement with practical urban sanitation. Ibn Ridwan's work reflects a broader culture of health in which the responsibility for well-being extended beyond the physician to individual and communal practices. His emphasis on regimen, diet, sleep, and seasonal adjustment demonstrates that maintaining humoral equilibrium was a daily, proactive endeavor rather than a reactive medical intervention. He says, if we observe the condition of the sick, his temperament and appearance, the temperament of his country, the current season, the nature of the illness, its causes and symptoms, and we choose the suitable foods and the remedies, and we consider everything that he needs, it is possible for us to preserve his health and to remove what is harmful from him. This passage indicates that medicine was embedded in everyday life and that individuals were expected to engage with their environment, food, and physical habits as part of health management. Such guidance suggests a participatory model of medicine in which knowledge of humoral theory and environmental influences was translated into concrete behavioral practices. In general, Embodied One presents a holistic vision of health where individual behavior, social environment, and ecological awareness converge. Health was not merely the absence of disease, but an ongoing negotiation of bodily equilibrium shaped by both learned medical theory and lived experience. Embodied One's work on the prevention of bodily ills in Egypt exemplifies a remarkable synthesis of Greek medical theory and local Egyptian knowledge. By combining Hippocratic environmentalism, which emphasizes the influence of air, water, climate, and geography on human health, with Galenic humoral medicine, Embodied One constructs a contextually grounded model of preventive care that is both scientifically informed and empirically attentive. His treatise demonstrates that health in medieval Egypt was understood as the maintenance of bodily equilibrium through active engagement with the environment. Through careful observation of the Nile's plant cycles, seasonal variation, urban density, and the regional dietary habits, Embodied One translates classical Greek theory into practical interventions. His focus on prevention over cure reflects a distinctly Islamic medical ethos that is distinguished by empirical localization, responding to the specific ecological and social conditions of Cairo and the Nile Valley. Embodied One's attention to urban health and environmental hazards reveals an early awareness of public health challenges. Embodied One demonstrates geographical specificity and ecological precision. He shows how Greek medical theory, Hippocratic and Galenic, was not merely received or reproduced, but actively adapted in response to local environmental conditions. In conclusion, Embodied One's treatise exemplifies the dynamic integration of Hippocratic and Galenic medical ideas into the practical maintenance of health in medieval Egypt. By situating classical theory within the lived experience of the Nile Valley, he illuminates the interplay between environment, regimen, humoral balance, and social responsibility, offering a model of medicine that is simultaneously learned, preventive, and locally responsive. His work challenges any perception of Islamic medicine as merely derivative, instead so casting it as a creative, adaptive, and contextually sensitive intellectual tradition, one in which Greek medical knowledge was reinterpreted and applied in innovative ways to safeguard health in the unique ecological and social conditions of the Nile Valley. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Theodora, for this fascinating presentation. Are there any questions in the public, both here in presence and online? So I found very interesting what you say about this idea that usually we have of Hippocratic and Galenic medicine, especially in the Middle Ages, something that was kept unaltered and transmitted as something something that must not be touched in any way, and instead we can see that it was a dynamic system that was also applied to very, very particular and regional context, and it was really interesting to notice this and to also to see this attention towards details like urbanism and yet the attention to the patient, to the condition of the patient, of how he can behave in everyday life in order to prevent diseases and conditions.
Thank you so much. For me, it was very interesting, the text, the ancient Greek text, because I found that we have a Syriac and an Arabic version of the Hippocratic text by Hunayn, and also an Arabic version of Galen's commentary by Hubeis. All this information was interesting for me because the tradition of Hippocrates only followed in the shadow of Galen. Although medieval physicians greatly esteemed Hippocrates, his works did not attract the interest of translators and their patrons as Galen's did. So for me, it was this very interesting for the text that Imre Duan was based on. Yeah.
Any questions? Yes, one.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this really interesting talk. My question is on perceptions of mental health and madness or insanity. If in the texts of Ibn Radwan that you reviewed or in the Galenic tradition, how was mental health and illnesses of the brain, of the mind, perceived? And what is the differences between their perception and that of physical well-being? Thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you. Actually, we have I have used the Dolce translation of the text. Here we have a specific categorization. Actually, Dolce tried to number or to separate his text into 15 chapters. So actually, each chapter deals with a single theme. So that it is easy for one to understand all the ideas in the work. We don't have specific references for mental health, but we have generally descriptions of Egypt, the temperament, the causes of determining health and illness in Egypt. Also, so general information, not specific information for healing a specific illness, but we have some examples. For example, on what is necessary for doctors to do for the body in Egypt, or on the prescription of the body's regimen in Egypt. So nothing specific, but general knowledge. This is what Ibn Ridwan mentions in his book. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we have another question.
Thank you very much. I was curious about the both cultural and physical environmental side and these concerns around, for example, the dense buildings in Cairo and the effects they would have on health. Are there additional examples that Ibn Ridwan speaks about that are about environments that are more positively conducive to encourage better health outcomes?
Yes, he includes many examples about the air, about the water, about the environment-humoral interaction. Also, he includes example as to prevent some illnesses. He actually he mentions about the moist air. And he says that it is a factor in Egyptian summers and post-Nile flood conditions. And according to Imre Ridwan, moist air, for example, produces an excess of phlegm, demonstrating a direct causal relationship between external environment and internal physiology. He has many examples. Some preventions, things that we have to avoid and things we have to follow in order to have a better health. Yeah, many examples. It's a very interesting work. I'm working on Greco-Arabic topics, so I found it very interesting.
Okay, thank you very much, Theodora. We can move now to the last presentation of the first session. So I invite Azza Ezzat from the Biblioteca Alexandrina and Mohammed Hassan Ismail from the Alexandria University with the presentation The Medicinal Plants in Ahmed Pasha Kamal's Dictionary of Plants and Trees, a glimpse into ancient Egyptian remedies. Yes, this one. This one is for the pointer. This one for moving the slides.
This one for the pointer.
Yeah, and
this
this
one?
for moving the slides.
Backward and forward.
Yeah.
Just put my mobile here. Good afternoon. I know that after lunch, a little bit we need a nap, but I hope that my presentation will be interesting. Today, with my colleague Mohammed, we are going to talk about the very important book published and authored by Ahmed Basha Kamal. This book is known by, in Arabic, اللآلئ الدرية في النبات والأشجار. اللآلئ الدرية in Arabic means the precious pearls of trees and plants. So it was even Ahmed Kamal was very selective in choosing the topics of his books by using a metaphor to show how the plants and trees that were selected in his book are just like precious pearls. Why we have chosen this book in order to focus on the plants and trees that were used by Ahmed Kamal, and he wrote remedies used by ancient Egyptians in order to heal and a kind of medicines for the Egyptians at that time. Ahmed Kamal, of course, he was Egyptian. He was born in 1851 and died in 1923. And he was a student in اللسان المصري القديم under the direction of Heinrich Brucksch. And that's why this school had taught him a lot. And mainly the connection between the ancient Egyptian language with the Arabic language and other Semitic languages. And these what made Ahmed Kamal now very famous because of finding the linguistic roots between the Arabic and the ancient Egyptian language. Before going to his book that we are talking today, just briefly, he had many publications in French. He published 29 articles in the Annales de Service. Also because he was a member in the Institut Égyptien, he had also many articles in it, and also in the Sphinx, in addition to the Geographical Society, as he was a member as well in it. So he published different articles. In addition to this journal, which is very important, it is about the linguistic studies, especially of the Assyrian and the Egyptians and the connections between the linguistic roots. That's why he had also articles in this journal. In addition to his French publications, Maspero gave him the opportunity to make these two catalogs in Cairo Museum. And of course, his most famous project that he made is the dictionary that he made it totally alone, that consists of 22 volumes. And by the way, this for those who doesn't know, these volumes are now in the Library of Alexandria, had been restored and digitized, and our center now is working on making an online database for all the words and lexemes that are found in this dictionary. And another information for those who doesn't know, I am a relative of Ahmed Kamal's family, so I was in between the library and my family to facilitate the donation of the dictionary to be given to the library. Of course, he had worked, Kamal, on this dictionary alone, totally alone, by using the gas lamp for 20 continuous years. Okay. Let's go back to his Arabic publications and to focus on the book that we are going to talk about today. By the British occupation on Egypt in 1882, Kamal had got, just like Mustafa Kamel, for example, when he said Egyptology for Arabic, or Egyptology in Arabic, or Egyptology بالعربي, as we are using nowadays. So his approach was starting to make Arabic books in order to raise the awareness for the Egyptians at that time, during especially the British occupation. And if we find the 8 books that he published in Arabic, we will find them starting from 1803 till 1900. So these were the same years of the British occupation in order to raise the awareness and to let the Egyptians know their heritage and all the details, especially that at that time all the excavations and everything was under the foreign control. So, and all the publications were in English or in French or in German. So he was the first one to make all these publications. The book that we are talking about today is The Precious Pearls of the Plants and Trees, and this is the first, the cover page with his name, Ahmed Afandi Kamal, on it, and on the front page we will find this motif. It's the garden scene of Rekhmira, and he removed the boats that were found inside, and he wrote the Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, which is the Basmala. It's the Muslim Arabic phrase that was used by Muslims in any endeavor or any beginning of any project. Okay. And at the very end of the book, he identified when he finished this book, and it was on Thursday, 9 of Dhul Qa'dah, and it was in 1890 when he finished this book and it was published. He started his book with a new methodology that was not used before, okay, which was writing that transliteration not in Latin letters as had been used by Champollion and later on by the studies. So he was the first Egyptian to use the transliteration of the Arabic, of the hieroglyphic words in Arabic. Why he did so? Let me tell you, of course, you know that in Arabic it's very similar to the hieroglyphic pronunciation. We have a dad, we have sad, we have kha, ghin. All these letters are pronounced by Egyptians normally. As for Champollion and the transliteration that has been used, it is made certain letters because foreigners do not know that these letters are pronounced already by the Egyptians. That's why it was very easy for Kamal to identify the pronunciation and write it in Arabic. So this was his methodology that he started to make in all his Arabic books, to write the transliteration in Arabic. As for his book, it was composed of 23 letters that are arranged alphabetically, and this study has been made by one of our colleagues, known by Basim Al-Sharqawi, and he made this table in order to show that here are all the letters written and the pages of each letter. Each letter has got or identified with the words specifically dedicated for the plants and the trees. And we know that the book is consisted of 316 pages, all dedicated to plants and the trees. In addition to this, the dictionary is composed of 627 words. In addition to some words that had got this asterisk, and he wrote it here in the index, that the words that have got the sign asterisk, which is this one, are unidentified words written in hieroglyphs. And this is what I'm going to work on in my next research, to start to study these unidentified words at that time. Can we identify them nowadays? So this is my question that I'm going to study later on. Some facts related to the book of Ahmed Kamal. It was published in Bolak, as we mentioned, in 1890, originally totally in Arabic. It's not a translation, it's a completely independent work. Sometimes he used the hieratic, Demotic, Hebrew, Coptic, Greek, and also the Amharic, and all these were taught in the Lisan al-Misri al-Qadim school by Heinrich Brucksch. In addition, that he had a close attention to the phonetic variations, which is known by the transposition and substitution of letters. He made the substitution of letters between the Arabic and the hieroglyphic in order to find the linguistic roots between the two languages. For example, let me tell you, there is a plant in hieroglyphs is kerker. Okay, it's a plant. In the Wörterbuch or all the dictionaries, it has been identified as a plant. But Ahmed Kamal identified kerker by gerger, which is jargir or gargir. So that's why he was brilliant in connecting the hieroglyphic words to the Arabic. And this also what he had done in this dictionary. In addition, that he identified some plants in ancient sources and compared them with the Islamic botanical literature. So what was his methodology in every remedy he started to make in the dictionary? First of all, he started, number one, to write the word. For example, this one is inhemen, rumman in Arabic. Number 2 here, we find the variants or the different orthographies in writing the word inhuman. Number 3, he writes the transliteration in Arabic, inhuman, okay? And then number 4, these are the references or the sources that he depended on, where we can find here the Anastasi papyrus and Harris papyrus that he referred to. Number 5, he mentioned the same word in Yemen as it was mentioned in Al-Ibraniya or the Hebrew, Al-Qibtiyya, the Coptic, the Greek, and the Amharic. And number 6, he writes the botanical family of the Inhuman. Number 7, he writes its translation in French and in Arabic, شجرة الرمان والرمانة. And number 8, he writes the description of شجرة الرمان or the Inhuman that is found at Carthage in Africa. And number 9, and this is the remedy that he was depending on for focusing on the plants that had got related to medicine. Sorry. This was the core of our study with Muhammad. As I mentioned, that we had 627 words, and we have studied 22 words that were mentioned in the dictionary that they are related to medicine and health. So this table, of course, we are not going to mention all the 22 remedies. We are going to focus on 4 or 5 remedies in order to show you the methodology used by Ahmed Kamal in the book, and this will be completed with my colleague Muhammad. Thank you so much.
Continuing what my colleague just presented, now Kamal presented in his book about, in his dictionary about plants and trees, 22 plants related to medical purposes in his dictionary. I will now present only 5 of them. Let's start with the dill. As my colleague just presented, that Kamal used a scientific methodology in his book that he started to talk about these words in the ancient Egyptian language, in the hieratic, demotic, and Coptic variant, in any other languages, any other language like the Greek and Latin, and even in more languages like Hebrew, like Amharic, etc. Now we have seen that these words it mean MZ. Okay. تمام. Okay. It's mean MZ, and in Coptic Amisi, and of course in Greek, and of course in Arabic, the main language of this dictionary. The importance of this dictionary is that Kamal translated the remedies in which this plant was mentioned, translated into classical Arabic and Egyptian eloquent dialect. That related to the ancient Egyptian pronunciation, which make it so easy to us as an Egyptian to know what this plant, what is it exactly. If you search for this plant in any other dictionary, you will find that it's an unknown plant or a medical plant. That's all. Another, he's also did something is very good, that he make a completely different translation or interpretation for some words or terms in the hieratic remedies, especially like this one. Like that one we have here, it's a remedy in papyrus epers. The rubric of this remedy, the rubric over here, it said that a remedy to treat the seta. This word, seta. If we look for this word in any other dictionary, we can find that this seta, like in the Wörterbuch, he mentioned that it's a disease, and in the TLA, it mentioned that it's an infection. But when Kamal translated this word, it translated into a headache. And this is perfectly acceptable because of that, the context of this remedy about healing something in the head. And that in this also mentioned in this remedy, he can use the poppy to calm down the pain. Okay, it's very useful to check out his main dictionary, the monumental dictionary of 22 volumes, to find more variants for the same word that you will not find these shapes or variants of word in his dictionary of plants and trees. because this dictionary was completed his entire life till his death almost, till 1920. So you'll find he still added and editing his dictionary all over the time. Another plant is that the pomegranate. The pomegranate here, we can, the same methodology, we can find here the transliteration, of course this is my one, okay, he made the transliteration in Arabic letter, in Hebrew, in Greek, and Latin, and this is the only word in his dictionary using the Amharic. And this is typical to the Arabic pronunciation. It's called Roman, exactly like Arabic. Okay, the pomegranate is a very important plant in ancient Egypt. It was basically used to kill the tinea in the stomach. Here, we can find here in his book, he used several variants for this one. Like this one here, it's called Hermen, and this is the typical pronunciation in Coptic. And you can find here another variant is Remen, and this is the most close one to the Arabic pronunciation, Roman. You will not find these two variants in any other dictionary, but just here. Okay, this is another look into his dictionary about language, ancient Egyptian language, this same one. But we can find here, this is an error, okay? Just we can't know if this is R or the ear. You can say that here it's now it's R letter. It's very important to dig in the archives. It's very important. Okay. Continuing that, he make a quotation from the Torah, the holy book, that the Hebrews, after the Exodus, the Hebrews quarreled with Moses, telling him that why you brought us here, this place has no pomegranate. This is an indication that pomegranate was a very common plant in ancient Egypt, and it was essential in the Egyptian food. And also in the Coptic Barshman, this one in the among the Vatican collection, translated and published by Zuega. This is a medical remedy, talks about how to heal the scabies, the scabies mark on the skin. And another addition to the quotations from the Arabs' contributions, like we have here that Ibn al-Baytar, his codex called al-Mufradat, he's telling that you can use the pomegranate peels to remove the marks of the smallpox. And the Razi in his codex called al-Hawi in medicine, al-Hawi in al-Tib, stated that you can use the pomegranate in general to kill the stomach worms and to treat the itching and the scabies infection. True. Another one, and this is one of the most excited example in the dictionary of Kamal for plants and trees. This is the moringa oil, or the moringa tree. This is basically a medical plant, a medical tree. You can extract an oil from this tree called also the bak oil, the same one, the same name. But this one, this oil is using for, okay, the ancient used this oil to make perfumes and to apply it to their hair and for the head pains and the leg pains and also for making to desolate the kidney stones from this oil. This is the most interesting one here. Because he stated that because of the most or the fame of this plant in ancient Egypt, the name of Egypt came after it. I mean, this is a moringa tree. It's called bucket or bucket. He came here. He said that the name of Egypt came from bucket. I mean, the moringa tree. It's a very interesting thing. I didn't know anything like that till I saw this. So this is the oh, I'm sorry. Okay. This is the back again to his dictionary about ancient Egyptian language. You can see more details that it's not included in the dictionary of plants and trees. He added here a lot of information that a new theory. We know the common theory about the name of Egypt came from the Hut Kabitah. Okay, but he here have another theory about the name of Egypt. According to the old one, the old theory, Hut Kabitah became Egyptus, followed in Greek and followed in Latin and then the modern Egypt. But he here stated that the name of bucket, with a little substitution and transposition, became Qubit. So this means Qubit, it's mean, or Qibt, it's mean, Qibt to me, it means the Egyptian one. Till now, we are the Egyptian, they are Al-Aqbat. Okay? This is a very strange thing. So I started to search for this information in the dictionaries. So I found that this was stated in the Wörterbuch. This was a super information for me, at least. But here has a slightly different meaning. That Biqt here, it's not meaning the moringa tree, but it means here the dazzling eye of the god, the eye of Horus, the eye of Ra, who's ever eye. But I don't know why he did that. We have only one example with the eye, but we have all the other examples with the tree. I don't know why, seriously. Whatever, this is draft for the Wörterbuch for this word, and this is from Kamal's book about the dictionary about plants and trees. We can see here the similarities between the two ones. You can find here, okay, you can find here some examples are not recorded in the final copy, but we can find here also the similarity between these, already the published by Kamal and the unpublished one by the Wörterbuch. Kamal died before the first volume of the Wörterbuch was published, 3 years before the first volume. And another one is Acacia nilotica. This is another interesting one. This one was called, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, this one also has an oil. We can extract an oil from this plant called Hatet net ash. This plant also was a very important one, is to the diseases of the stomach, for the pains in head and legs, and to expel the blood waste, and to soften the blood vessels. This tree have a lot of kinds in Egypt. The most important one is the gum tree. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. The most important one is the gum tree, and this is located in Egypt and Arabia in general. Okay, the last one, the sep tree. The sep tree, it's basically used for the stomach worms, such as the hifat and bidden. I just now reviewed only a few examples, fast examples, because of the time. Okay, we have still 18 examples with less details, but they are very important, and you can see here always the Arabic translation. Maybe you can find this translation in any other dictionaries. Okay. The conclusion, the foregoing presentation just presented that we are here dealing with a very valuable contribution. We are dealing with a clear methodology. We are dealing with a very impressive information that you will not find it in any other dictionary. Kamal, this book is very old. We are talking about a century and 4 decades, and is still very valuable. I believe that, or we must know that this dictionary was one of the most important steps for Kamal to start his project for his monumental dictionary for 22 volumes. But this book is so underrated. It needs to be re-evaluated to save the moral right for the first Egyptian Egyptologist and archaeologist, Ahmed Basha Kamal. We are waiting for you at Bibliotheca Alexandrina to check out the main manuscript for Kamal in our rare books collection. Glad to be here, and thank you. Okay.
Use this one.
You can use this one.
Oh my God, all these questions?
Okay, so well, first of all, thank you very much for it. Was very, very interesting, and congratulations for your work with this material, which is, I think, is really important to let the work of Ahmad Kamal better known to. Okay, thank you. Better known to the public and to other Egyptologists, because yes, it's really difficult sometimes to access this material, and I really look forward to the online publication of the corpus. So we have a lot of questions. So I think we will begin in the first line and then proceed backwards. Okay. So first, let me check if I. Okay.
Thank you so much. It's a very quick question. Where can you find the La'alet Durri?
لآلئ الدرية.
In the library of Alexandria, you can find a copy from the book in the rare books.
In the rare books,
Yes.
okay.
And also
Anywhere
online, by
else?
the way.
But it's not reproduced like the dictionary from the SCA or what used to be the SCA.
No.
The
Up
ministry.
till now, it's not made online studies on it. It is just a book found in the
In
rare
the
book collection. Maybe after finishing our major project, as we are working on the 20 volumes, we have 2 missing. Okay, so we are working on 20 volumes of the major dictionary of Kamal in order to make the online database. Maybe afterwards we can add further books or publications, the 8 books that he made in Arabic, but later on, of course, this will take
Great.
time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This is, I mean, wonderful to see, and I love to see especially the transliteration system that he used. I'm learning Egyptian Arabic at the moment, and it has been extraordinary to kind of get a sense of the sound and how that might persist for a very long time. What I wanted to ask, you mentioned that he was doing some publications with the sort of blessing of Maspero, and I wondered if you could talk a little.
Maspero.
Yeah. And I wondered if you could talk a little more about his relationship with the Europeans who were coming, and just I thought it was interesting. He's been.
You have
sort of
time?
forgotten. Yeah, please.
I think this will be better to make it in line after the break, because he was suffering actually. Let me tell you briefly. Not all foreigners he was struggling with. Okay, for example, under Mariette. Mariette was a little bit stubborn with Egyptians.
That
yeah,
checks out.
and this was documented when he tried to close the Lisan al-Misri al-Qadim school of Ahmad Kamal. He was insisting on not putting the Egyptians on positions in the Antiquité, Service des Antiquités. But under the Maspero, it was much better. Maspero came twice. Okay, when he came in, I think 1881. Okay, and then he left again 1885 back to Paris because his wife was sick, and then he came back again in 1899 till 1914. Okay. And this was the perfect timing when Kamal worked under Maspero. He published all these the articles in the Annales de Service starting from 1900 till 1914, and these were all under Maspero. Maspero gave him the opportunity to make 2 books or 2 catalogs of the offering tables and the Greek Ptolemaic stela. In addition, he became a curator, assistant curator of the Egyptian Museum, and this was the only position that he had held till his retirement under Grippo, I think, but it was done with the approval of Maspero as well. In addition, he became a member of the Egyptian bulletin, المجمع العلمي, Egyptian Institut Égyptien. Okay, during Maspero. Very important information that Ahmad Kamal became a professor in the Egyptian University because of Maspero. He pushed him to get this post for 2 years in the Egyptian University. So even the reports of Maspero himself, of the Kashat of Deir el-Bahari, and also for the excavations in general, or for the articles made by Kamal, he was praising him. So this was Maspero. Grippo, Lore, others, they just 2 or 3 or 4 years, so it was not proved how he deal with them. Okay.
Thank you both for presenting this, I think, wonderful material that's really, I didn't know about this at all, so this is great. And I also saw in your overview some of these identifications, they differ quite a lot from what you find in the literature today. So this is really interesting material. I was wondering about how explicit he is in, how explicit he is in describing these identifications, because I think the etymological development is clear. These identifications with Arabic, I think, make sense. The question is, of course, whether the meaning of the words was the same throughout this time, right? Whether the word in ancient Egyptian, yeah. So does he discuss this at all? This problem, potential problem with the identifications?
He didn't discuss this in the dictionary, but this can be read through his methodology that he was trying to do. Even in his main dictionary itself, sometimes we find notes in the margins that he was trying to show himself, to describe it for himself, how he is linking the words together, how he is making substitution of letters in order to facilitate the matter for those who are going to read his notes later on. In addition, he published George Darcy in 1916. He made a critique article about Kamal methodology. So Kamal in 1916 wrote an article against Darcy describing his methodology. And this was the first time when Kamal announced about his dictionary. It was in 1916. And he said that it will be a kind of surprise for all foreigners that those who doesn't know the Arabic language, they are going to see in my dictionary how I linked between the Semitic languages and Arabic and hieroglyphs. And he made a table and lists of words in this article, and this was the first time for him to announce his study. But in his dictionary of plants and trees, no, he was just putting the listing of words without any description of anything.
We are a bit late, so if there are very, very quick questions, so we can do it, but otherwise, very quick.
Thank you very much. I'll ask a very brief question. I myself dealt with his catalog. It was wonderful. But I am wondering if there is still a manuscript written by his hand and it is not published yet for another collections or another pieces in the museum. That's all.
Okay. I heard lately that there is a manuscript in the Egyptian Museum, but I'm not sure. Up till this moment, I didn't see it yet, and I'm not sure. But I knew from some of my friends that there is a catalog, and it had got notes of Kamal written by hand in this catalog. I'm not sure, is it correct or no? Otherwise, there are no notes, no diaries, nothing at all, except his massive dictionary that we are working on, where we got some notes from the dictionary wrote by him. Otherwise, no other notes with the family or in any other place.
Okay, thank you very much again for this wonderful presentation. So now we can move to the second session of our conference, Materializing Health and Healing. So we will left behind the texts and move to the materials, and I will pass the microphone to Dr. Ann Austin to chair this session.
Perfect. 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 Great. Then we'll continue for the second section of the conference. And we'll start with our keynote by Professor Timothy Insel, who will be speaking to us about materializing medicine in sub-Saharan Africa.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I'd just like to begin, obviously, by thanking the organisers for the invitation, which was very kind of them, because it is something very different I'm going to be talking about today. It's really got nothing to do with Egyptology or Egypt at all, and it's about work that we've been completing or completed over a decade ago in Ghana in West Africa, hence the map here, but which I think has resonance today. So what I'm going to do is to focus on the aims. And I put all the points of the lecture here because sometimes I tend to get a little bit carried away. So this helps me to keep in focus and also helps with people who aren't necessarily English as their first language. So those are the aims there. So first of all, what I want to do is just to explore past medicinal materiality and to indicate how this can be approached archaeologically, particularly if we use insights that are gained from historical ethnography and also archaeometry. I think this is the key towards looking at that. And then to draw upon two case studies from northern Ghana, as I've said, which are focusing on the Telensi ethno-linguistic group, who are based in the Tong Hills, and also the site of Yikpa Bongo, which will become clear later, which is a figurine site that I think has resonance as well. And I should note that this is all from an archaeological perspective, because I'm not a medical anthropologist. So I apologize for that. Well, I don't actually. I'm pleased to be an archaeologist. So I'll be exploring my evidence from that particular angle. And this is the monograph, if any of you are interested, on the Telensi, about the work that we completed there. It's called Temporalizing Anthropology. So it's adding that time-based dimension to it. Now, the review of the archaeology of medicine is actually quite brief because there is not a lot of evidence. There's been not a lot of research on the archaeology of medicine in sub-Saharan Africa. And this is the book published in 2015 in which I review the existing evidence there. I don't think there's any need to repeat that material here today, but I think the key point to make is that the focus on the archaeological materiality has been minimal. Okay, and this is because it was essentially seen as intangible and irretrievable, except in relation to one particular category of medicines that archaeologists working in sub-Saharan Africa have almost exclusively focused on, which are the so-called techno-medicines. So you can see examples here of medicinal twigs, for example, and a pot containing medicinal substances here that are utilized to make the success of an iron smelt. So to propose that it works successfully, a medicine aspect is added into that, as we can see there. Now, crucial, I would argue, for expanding and exploring the archaeology of medicine in sub-Saharan Africa is ethnography and archaeometry, as I've said. And I would preface that by saying that we need to acknowledge the concept of historical ethnography. Because even much of the material I'm going to talk about today, for example, in relation to the Telensi, is a historical incidence now. It's not something that's extant. So the sorts of religious practices that I'm going to be outlining are now a historical memory, essentially, because there has been evangelical Protestantism there that's wiped this out, the input there of the American-funded religious activities. So historical ethnography helps in avoiding creating timeless ethnographic stereotypes, which are, of course, problematic. And we have to remember that they relate to specific moments in time. I'm not going to go off on an angle of archaeological theory, but I think we also need to recognize that what I'm talking about today, I'm not drawing direct analogies. Those rarely work. What we need is a more complex or a relational analogy to be formed between the historical ethnography and between the archaeological material as well. And we can all probably be aware of instances where simplistic analogies have been utilized to explore, for example, the ritual dimensions of, for instance, the British Neolithic. So, for instance, the work of Mike Parker Pearson in using secondary burial rites in Madagascar to interpret the materiality of Stonehenge. I see that as slightly problematical. It might allow us to expand our interpretive horizons, but we wouldn't want to draw the direct analogy between the two. But we can sort of trace the chain of this back to many of the problems that were associated with something that, again, is also a historical footnote now largely, which is the post-processual school that came out, particularly of Ian Hodder's work in Cambridge in the 1980s, as represented by these two books that we have here. So that is why I've used the term historical ethnography, to give you a bit of context in relation to that. But the archaeological study is facilitated by certain recurrent concepts and practices. So I put some of them up here. So one, for instance, would be the metaphorical and metonymical qualities that are ascribed substances. So we have here, for example, a picture of filaria skin tracks that we can see here. And amongst the Tonga, the cure for that is the mole skin, because of the tracks that it leaves on the land surface is seen as equivalent to that. So the substance to cure that is directly related to how it looks on the skin. There's also a recurrent importance placed on exotic materia medica, as we can see, an importance placed on the quantities and essences of substances as well, and on the agency of shrines for the dispersal of medicines, which is going to be my focus today, and of course of divination for diagnosis as well. Now, what I'm not going to do is attempt to define medicine. I'm not qualified to do that. It would be impossible in the space of this relatively short lecture in order to be able to do that. But what I would say is that it is complex, but it is impossible to disentangle. And we heard about this from some earlier papers as well, particularly from the first keynote, about from the notion of magic or ritual. They're all sort of entangled or bundled up together. So we have this bundle of phenomena whereby we can't disassociate medicine from the other components. It's there as a parallel strand, but it's inseparable from these other elements. And I just represent this by these two images that I took in the fetish market, as it is referred to in Lomé and Togo, where you can see the wildlife of West Africa being denuded here, specifically for magical, medicinal, and ritual purposes all combined together that we have there. So what I'm going to do now for the remainder of the lecture is turn to two case studies, two broadly archaeological case studies, one that's partly ethnographic and one that's wholly archaeological, to explore this further. Now, the first one is concerned with the Talensi ethno-historic group. Notice I'm not using the term tribe, which is an old-fashioned colonial term. Ethno-linguistic group is much preferable. And this is generated from research that I completed with the University of Ghana. I should wholly outline at the beginning that this is partnership research. It's not what we would call collaboration, which has different implications. It's rather a loaded term. This is fully partnership research, reciprocal research, that I completed in the Tong Hills between 2004 and 2009 with a Ghanaian co-partner and also with my life partner and wife, who's also an archaeologist. So they should be acknowledged there. Now, the Talensi are a small ethno-linguistic group. They inhabit this horseshoe-shaped chain of hills that you can see here, the Tong Hills. There are about 10,000 of them. They are subsistence agriculturalists. All they live on is what they can grow, you know, relatively poor society. So they've encouraged or grown their economy through ritual action, and you'll see how later on. For those of you that are aware of seminal structural functional anthropology, the name Meir Fortes may mean something to you. He was professor of anthropology at Cambridge, and he studied this group in the 1930s, and he developed his structural functionalist perspective from the work on them. And it's important for our perspectives because he isolated that they're divided into two main groups, which are the Talis, who are the autochthonous, they're the original inhabitants of the hill. And this is important for ritual and for medicinal purposes because they are the keepers of the knowledge of which we're discussing within this conference. They provide the earth priests. And then the Namus, who are exogenous. They are from outside. They have outsider narratives of origins, and they provide the chiefs. So we have a split between ritual and political authority here, which I think is important for also exploring medicine. Now, their religion is based on bundled beliefs. I talked about the concept of bundling slightly earlier on. A primary element is ancestral veneration. Notice I'm not using the term worship there because the ancestors are not worshipped. They are venerated and respected. What is worshipped is God. God is there, but God is more remote in everyday life than Allah is, or God in Islam, or God is in Christianity. It's something different that's put in relation to that. They also ascribe animate properties to materials and locations, and that is often categorized by the old-fashioned term of animism, if you like. And then there's the belief in high God, which I've referred to. And then there are also earth and medicinal cults that are related to fertility and healing. And there are also social relations maintained with the idea of having metaphorical relations with plants and animals. So your clan will be the shea butter tree, and your clan would be the hyena or something like that. So we have that metaphorical element as well. And just to show you here, these are two of the Talis earth priests that you can see. It's important to note that they don't wear clothes. Clothes in this area are connected, or textiles are connected with Muslims. Muslims were the slavers, so they used to warn Muslims not to go into this chain of hills by hanging tattered strips of cloth on the trees around the hills as a warning. And they were feared because of the poisoned arrows and because of the topography that they had, that they couldn't be raided on. So this is how this has come into the vernacular of the earth priest's accoutrement, is they don't wear textiles as this deliberate statement. And this is another of the earth priests. This is a younger earth priest that you can see here. And this is one of the shrines that they utilize here. This is an ancestral shrine made of a wooden beam that's going down into the ground, so showing the linkage between earth and ancestor. And then the faunal materials that are attached to it indicate that that shrine has accepted those particular sacrifices. It's a direct symbol of its efficacy that we can see there. But there exists a conundrum in relation to defining this main agent of medicinal practice, which is the notion of shrine, because it's a term that, as I put there, that often fails to describe the range of structures and features within its boundaries. Now, I'm sure the origins of the term shrine are well known here. It's derived from the Latin of scrinium, a box or receptacle, containers of sacred meaning and power. But in sub-Saharan Africa, if we think of the whole range, the spectrum of material that could be incorporated within the notion of shrine, this is extremely varied. So this could range from the guba, the domed tomb that we can see here from an image from the Sudan, or to one of the Telensi shrines here, which is a single pot shrine that's related to one person's personhood. It's an individual shrine showing their identity, a yin shrine. But what I would argue that is the key that is linking all these different aspects is the concept of containment. That is the critical thing. The shrine acts to contain things. It contains the ritual action. It contains the substances that are also significant for medicinal practice as well. We could say that there are definitional alternatives. Why use the English term shrine? The definitional alternatives, of course, could be provided by the vernacular, the Telensi language. So they have numerous different terms for their different categories of shrine. So this is the bois or the yab that we can see here. These are ancestral shrines. You can see the physical form here. Again, we have the pillars going down into the earth, showing the relationship between ancestor and earth. They always have a sitting place next to them, so the ancestor can commune, so the living individual can commune and talk with the ancestor. And they also, again, have the sacrificial material. So here we've got where this fowl has been sacrificed to the shrine, and the feathers have been put on top to show that that fowl sacrifice has been accepted. And then at the top here we have another fowl that's had its insides opened, because that has been utilized in divination by haruspication, which is divination by entrails. So that is a visible sign there that that shrine has demanded that this divination takes place by that particular method there. So this is to encourage other traffic to our shrines as well that we can see. And then this one with the pillars here, this is for a more important individual. We can see that partly because of its size, but also because of these cowrie shells, which are a sign of status there, and I'll return to the cowrie shell later on, that have been embedded around the edge. And these wooden pillars are actually for children that have died, because they are not fully formed persons, so they have to be captured and pulled into the ancestral shrine, and they're done through these blocks of stone, each of which relates to a specific clan. There is an ancestral geology there. So I am the person of the hyena, but I'm also the person of the granite, which is amazing if you think about that they're relating their totemic relations as on a dual system, both to the animal and to the geology too. So it's a very complicated shrine system that we're seeing here, which Mayor Fortes didn't examine. That's why we did our work there, to look at the materiality of this, which, as I say, is now disappearing as they become evangelical Christians, which I see as a slight shame, but anyway. So this is the Bacalog. This is the soothsayer's shrine, which is very like the last one you can see. So this is where they would go. The divination spirit is in there, and that lid is taken off, and he talks, the diviner. This is all male ritual practice, by the way. It's exclusively males that do the ritual practice here. And then this is one of those yin shrines that I talked about earlier on. This is with it emptied out. We were very privileged in order to be able to explore these. And you can see here that these are items that are associated with the man that is enshrined here. So this is the bell that he would have used to ring. It has a cowrie as the clapper, which is interesting. Again, that's a ritual and symbolic thing, to summon spirits out of the shrine. And then bracelets that he would have worn, because these are items, and we have to get this right, that are the person. They're not merely representative of the person, because, I'll have to move the microphone, like this is imbued with my sweat. So this would be thought of as me, rather than just a representation of me. So it's material conceived of as the person, as I say there. But why I'm not going to use the vernacular terminology is because it's problematic in a context like this, but also because it's culturally and contextually specific, and it's not as simple as I put it there. What we can see is that these shrines are mutable and polysemic. They blur across categories. It's not very straightforward. And of course, for the past, how can we say that these terms exist? We can't, okay? But the key point for this conference is that they are all those ones that I've shown there, are linked to varying degrees with the concept of Tim, like my name, Tim, which means medicine in Talis that we've got there. So I'm going to use the term shrine, but I want you to recognize that I'm acknowledging the definitional limitations of it in its utilization from here on. Now, this mutability and this polysemic qualities is shown by the fourth main category of shrine, which is the earth shrine. This is the earth shrine of Nu, which is a very sacred shrine in the Tong Hills. The only way that it's defined is by these low trees that we can see here, and by this path. If you follow the path around there, you're fine, you can wear your normal clothes. If you cross the path in there, men have to strip to remove their clothes, again, because it's that symbolic logic there. Women are generally not admitted to it, except on certain sacrifices that are allowed. And this is defined, for example, by Mayor Fortes as a natural sacred grove. But those of you with archaeological eyes will immediately see this isn't a natural sacred grove, that there are stones here. And we've recorded 143 standing stones in this supposed natural sacred grove. It is not at all a natural place. So it's changed in its form over the millennia because it was littered with cultural debris, and we were given permission to excavate in here. This is one of our excavations here, and you can see it. This is before we delimited this. These are, again, the ancestral places where the clans would gather on their specific geology, these arrangements of stone, and around these arrangements of stone were thousands and thousands of pots that had been forced into the ground. Because, and the logic that they said to me, whether we believe the ethnography or not, is these are unglazed pottery, they're natural earthenware, they look like they're from the earth, and by the looking from the earth, they were returning them to the earth from which they were from. And what most amazed us is we've got about 8 or 9 OSL dates from there. There was no organic material to do radiocarbon dating, and they all come out from the first to the early 2nd millennium AD. So we've got this 1,000-year-old ritual structure that is embedded within Telensi religion and then transforms into this supposed natural grove over this long period of time. And the natural identity, once we start looking at the botanical inventory, and that's why the last paper was very interesting, none of the vegetation in there is due to natural selection. It is all there because it suits humans' purposes. Everything that is there. It is a botanical reservoir, as we've called it in our publications, for nutritional, for cosmetic, for medicinal, for manufacturing, and for aesthetic uses that has been manipulated by human action. And you can see a table of some of the species within there, up there as well. So this sacred grove is a completely human-constructed entity. Similar conceptual blurring in this cave shrine that I'll use as a brief example as well. This is called Tonab Yani, and Tonab means chief of the earth or lord of the country. This is the most important shrine in the hill. It's both an earth and a medicine shrine, and it's most important because it is thought to have a vision that can see or bring anything to light, as well as healing, as we'll come on to in a moment. So one of its primary activities is in identifying witches. So this is where witches who are exclusively seen to be female, there can't be a bad male in that category. They're brought here and all their possessions are stripped from them and they're ritually cleansed. And then the possessions are left in the shrine to rot away, which is interesting as well. So here you would think that this was the Edaphic climax, the natural savanna vegetation there. But once we did our botanical survey, it's not. The natural image dissolves as well. The landscape is altered through the fruit and the wood that has been collected. The trees seem to have been manipulated in order to encourage certain species that give fruits that they desire at certain points of the year. There are, of course, paths, and there's some good work on the phenomenology and archaeology of paths that humanize the landscape, that pass through this supposed natural sacred grove, and it's silent. These hills are stripped of every natural creature. My daughter was sold the last parakeet, well, she was a young girl when we were working there, and she had it in a cage, but it soon died. That was one that they just trapped. There was nothing else, and they brought us the last skull of the last monkey that lived in these hills. Nothing there at all, so completely silent. So not a natural construct, and this is why, to feed the market. As you can see, these are primates there. So that's why, if you go to West Africa, there are very few of these animals there. So some of this, again, serves for medicine as well. Now, at the core is the rock shelter. This is a plan of the rock shelter. This is the interior of the rock shelter here. It's also, as well as being an earth shrine, a very powerful medicine shrine. This is the keeper, the earth priest here. These are the pots of the previous earth priests, including this massive vessel here, which is of a type that we've not recorded anywhere else in northern Ghana. It's more like the sow pots of Chad in Central Africa, which is very interesting. It seems to hark back to some sort of autochthonous past. These are sacrificial ropes from dogs that are brought up there and cattle. They bring them up there. They force them up there and then they kill them at the top of the hill because they have to be accepted within the precincts of the shrine. And then here you can see the remains of the smell in here is very powerful. That is a sensory dimension. This would be like a pile from here, this high, to about here, of sacrificial remains, of feathers and bones and all this sort of thing. And then on the wall behind is the medicinal substance, one of the medicinal substances that is given to you when you visited here and you've had success in hopefully getting what you want. And that's made of shea butter, which is made from the nuts of a particular tree. It's like an oil that is applied to the person that we can see there. And that earth priest would give you some of this material. So the power of Yoni has meant that it's become the focus of pilgrimage, obviously by followers of indigenous religion, but also, intriguingly, and as many Christians and also Muslims. This is a Muslim that we can see here. He is going there in order to be able to take the power of this shrine away with him, which is significant. But the pilgrimage does not satisfy the demand for the shrine. So what they've done in response to this, and I think that this is something that could have importance in other contexts, is that they now offer the right to franchise this shrine. Rather like you can buy the right to franchise McDonald's or something like that, you can buy the right to franchise the Tonab Yani shrine. And these are the agents of the franchising that we can see here. This is what's called the Bwabi, the shrine's child, and this is the Bwachi, the shrine gourd here. And this franchising gives you the shadow of the shrine that then you can take away with you and install the shadow through utilizing your Bwachi or Bwabi in another location. But you have to maintain the franchise. So every 2 years, you have to come back and pay again in order to re-empower your shrine. So there's this network of shrines that are sort of linked up across West Africa. And also, as for example, London is a very multicultural city. I'm a Londoner. There we have a big Ghanaian communities. They're also now, they're bringing across these sorts of shrines, and they're active, for instance, in East London. So we have the international dimension to these shrines as well. And the way that it's done is very hard to get information on. People were talking about restricted knowledge earlier on and such like. This is really restricted knowledge here. We've got an inkling about what happens because it's only the custodians of the shrine that really know the whole process. The franchisee doesn't, and certainly not the foreign archaeologist who's going there for a short period of time. But anyway, it's done by sacrifice. We can see that. So we've got the sacrificial remains here. Then a cow horn or an antelope horn would have been in the past, but the antelopes have all gone now, so it's a cow horn. It's filled with medicine. And then the initiation of the custodian occurs with the sorts of knowledge that they require. The boachi appears to entail greater obligations. There are different structures in relation to it, but it's a more opaque process. So all they would say is that is more expensive. And we have to leave it at that. But the more you invest, the more agency your shrine will have, and the more power you, in turn, will be able to generate from it. And also money, because there is a financial aspect to it. So you have to go back, as I've said, to Yarni to recharge it. Otherwise, it just becomes a rotting piece of meat, which is a significant thing that you do not want. Now, franchising, as I said, occurs on a very large scale. These are some of the franchisees that we recorded. These were within a 110-kilometre. Directly, we went round and recorded all the franchisees. So the material that they have here largely comes from the hills, which is significant. It's trans-ethnic, it's trans-religious, and it raises the question as to why they're doing this. Because of power. That is the critical element. Because it's believed that Tongnab Yarni has the power to cure all illnesses. And they said this, it can cure everything from a headache to cancer, if you believe in it. And this is the medicine that goes along with the shrines that we can see here, these balls of red clay, which are dissolved in water there. And then you can see this woman has had this red clay applied to her there. We analyse this in various different ways in order to be able to see if there are any active properties in it. None at all. The only thing that we found in it was a sort of background fungus type that you would expect in the floor of a cave. Nothing active there. So again, someone earlier was talking about the notion of placebo. So this very much is a placebo that we can see here. Okay? So what we can say is the Boabi primarily relate to Tim, but they're generated by an earth shrine. So again, we can see this merging of these categories, which I think is a critical point to acknowledge. And also, they are fetishes. The Boabi and the Boachi are fetishes. This is a term that went out of fashion for a long period of time. It was seen as too colonial. It's obviously Portuguese in origin. But we're now seeing the rehabilitation of this term, and it's become disassociated now from the theories of primitive religion. So Paul Stoller, for instance, in the United States, he's said that it's becoming less of a paragon of unreason and a term that we can utilize in relation descriptively, once again. And we can see here, obviously these are Congo examples, well-known examples, but this is from the next example that I'm going to move on to, which is Yikpa Bongo. This is fetish headgear that woman is wearing. I said in the Tong Hills there were no ritual practitioners. This is a different ethnic group, and here it is the women that have the power. And this has a medicinal and also protective function because she takes out the hunters into the wild bush in order to further decimate the wildlife of West Africa. So it has that aspect to it as well. Now, the second archaeological partnership project that I briefly want to talk about, which is more archaeological in focus, I completed between 2010 and 2013, again in partnership with the University of Ghana. This is the edited book that contains the material on it, the Oxford Handbook of Prehistoric Figurines. I edited a few years ago, and this was a very popular exhibition we had in Manchester Museum called Fragmentary Ancestors. Gives you a clue as to what these figurines were for a few years ago. And what the primary aim was to assess the relevance, the interpretive relevance of medicine in archaeological context. So we moved slightly away from the Tong Hills to Yikpa Bongo, and to an area that's known as Coma Land, which is about 100 kilometres by 100 kilometres. And we focused on the site of Yikpa Bongo, which is represented archaeologically. This is a mound, but a very low, deflated mound. You can spot the British archaeological student in the midst of them all there, who got badly sunburned, but that's by the way. Anyway, so we focused on this particular site because it had very rich contents in these mounds. So a characteristic artifact are these clay figurines that we can see here. They're no longer utilized in ritual practice, but we were able to begin to ascertain, partly through drawing on the historical ethnography, what the meaning of these figurines was. So you can see one here, for instance, that's showing a horse and rider on its side. I say horse and rider, other people have argued that it's a camel and rider. But anyway, it's the 7th to the 14th century, so it's showing an awareness of longer distance trade. And almost certainly this is showing an awareness of a linkage to the trans-Saharan networks that then crossed from cities like Gao in Mali, another place that I excavated across the Sahara, to, and ultimately to Egypt. So we're seeing a certain degree of connection that I'll come back to later on. The figurines take several forms. Many are anthropomorphic. This is one, you know, it's an invented creature. It's got human and animal characteristics to it. We have more specific animals, often ones that still today are totemically important, such as the crocodile. This is a headgear, again, something that would have been worn, which is interesting because I just showed you that woman with a modern version of it, but this is an archaeological one. And we have lots of cones and bicones as well that I'll come back to later on. So these small cones that we've got there. And they're found usually in these dense concentrations, a bit like the one I showed you in the new shrine, but here with the addition of figurines. So there are many pots. It's purposefully arranged. There are often pieces of quartz put in there. Quartz almost seems to be a universally powerful material that are there as well. So what we're arguing, or what we've argued, is that this is ritually powerful material that's been deposited. It's been deposited in various laminations. It's not necessarily a single deposition event that's going on here, but we've not been able to work out the specificities of that laminations of ritual activity that are going on there to the degree that we would like, because the conditions here are very, very difficult in which to work in. This is a long way from the nearest town in Ghana. There was no electricity there when we were working there. There were no toilets. There was no running water. All these sorts of things have to be taken into account and does limit practically what you can do in terms of research. Now, the figurines are, as I say, found with potsherds and broken material, but they're also found with these discs. And these discs, based on ethnographic analogies, we think are the lids that were put into organic gourds. Gourds are one of the main containers still used today, and the gourds themselves have perished. So these are the sole markers. Often you will find a ring of these circles, these pot circles, around one of the figurines, showing that the gourds had been placed around it to get rid of, again, this richly powerful material. And then the iron objects that we get are pretty specific. So, for example, razors. Razors today are used there for making cuts, for scarification, for ethnic identity, but also for gender identity, for circumcision, male and female, and also for introducing medicinal substances into the skin. So I saw this really bloody event going on with a newly born baby being cut with a razor, and I wondered what is going on there. They said we're inoculating it against a particular disease. So we find these in recurrent patterns as well. So it would appear, based on what I've been talking about and upon the material deposition, that these are medicine shrines that we're seeing here, but of a different form to the ones in the Tong Hills, only 100 kilometers or so away. Some human remains are also present, but they're very selectively chosen. They tend to be just the skulls, the long bones, and some teeth, particularly teeth that have been filed, incisors that have been filed. Again, these are markers of particular people, of particular identities that seem to have been reverentially treated in a specific way. And to use the term of the sorts of people that I was criticising a little bit earlier on from post-processualism and such like, this is very much structured deposition that we're seeing here. And many of the human remains are also fragmented, so they're being treated after death by being fragmented and broken up. So here we've got a skull that's pushed down, face down into the earth. We don't know why. It may have been a bad person or a good person, we don't know. But underneath it were two of the long bones that we can see there. And then this cluster here, which the pots have been deliberately broken in situ. There's the quartz there, also had human remains with it. And then these, the dental anthropology show that these 6 teeth represent 2 individuals, one younger, one older, that have been purposely selected and then placed within one of these mounds as well. Now, as well as looking at the context, the deposition, the overall environment, we also looked in detail at the figurines and also to begin to understand what they mean as beyond just interesting, enigmatic, artistic artifacts. What was their purpose? Can we begin to get at that? And this is where the historical ethnography becomes less useful and the archaeometry, the archaeological science, becomes more useful in relation to exploring this. And what first struck me was that many of them have cavities in them. You can see here, this is a cavity on the top of the head. Sometimes they have ones running in from the ears, sometimes from the mouth, sometimes from the nostril. It would appear that they were very much thought of as alive. And the ones on the top of the head are frequently surrounded by the representation of a cowrie, which if we look into the ethnography, as I said earlier, is an indicator of power and wealth because it was a currency item. But it is also a representation of female genitalia that may be being put on top of this. I don't know if it is, but it was potentially something that is worth thinking about in relation to that. And their container role was proven by our computed tomography scanning of these figurines. So the green is intentional orifices being made deep into the figurine that you can see there. The purple is where the clay has been pushed together in order to form one of these figurines. And as I said, we've got cavities running here from the nostrils, from the mouth, very deep, and then here from the top, and then from the nostrils there as well. It's not dependent on figurine or gender. You know, some of them are androgynous, some of them are specific genders. But what doesn't have the cavities incised into them are animals. Animals are being treated differently. So there is an animal-human differentiation being made in relation to these. And this is, if it's going to work, yes, it is working. This is a video of one of these CT scans a few years ago, so the quality is not so good, done by one of my PhD students, Sharon Fraser, that we can see here. But we use the medical scanners in Manchester in order to be able to look in deep into these figurines, and it really was a very useful outcome, as we can see here. And it's published in the journal African Arts, if anyone wants to read it. And there we can see there's the intentional ones at the top. This is a complete figurine, and then there's the ones where they're pushing the clay together with the purple at the bottom. We also did an ancient DNA analysis, which, as far as we're aware, at that point, I'm not claiming it now, was the first ever completed of sub-Saharan African ceramics. Ancient DNA analysis at this point. Remember, this is 2011, so this is some time ago. Since then, people have worked on it. So what did we find? We did it on 4 figurines. There's colleagues in Manchester doing the work here, Kerry Brown. We found Musa. They were giving these some sort of plantain or banana type species. But also this one was particularly interesting because it was absent then from the DNA databases. It was a pinus species from North Africa. So this seems to be one of the indicators of this trans-Saharan trade, that they were bringing down this exotic substance. I talked about exotic materia medica at the start of this lecture. So I think that this is a concrete indication of this going on. And what we think is that they were offered like a libation substance that was being pushed or fed more likely, pushed is the wrong term, to these figurines because they were such richly important constructions. It's also been possible to say something about the ritual posture. What we think, because there is a limited repertoire of traditional postures, like Muslim prayer or Christian prayer, within indigenous African religion. And one of the key ways that you do it is you squat down and you talk to the ritual thing like this. What do those look like? They're made in order that they can be put at that level so that you can directly communicate with them, we think, based upon West African ritual postures. Remember, I'm not saying absolutely that this is what occurred. I'm just suggesting it as a hypothesis. But that would appear to be why that they are these cone-shaped things that could be used ritually in that way. And what's also interesting, and I need a PhD student to do more work on this, is Andrew Chamberlain, I know you know. He looked at some of these, and they appear to have been made with raptor feathers, like eagles. So they were choosing something purposeful in order to make the incisions in it a bird of power, we can universally say. What the species was. Someone could work it out by taking casts in here and such like, but we haven't got to that level of research yet, because I'm working on very different things now in the Hijaz in Saudi Arabia. It's gone. There we go. So I think that also the properties of the figurines, as well as the substances they contained, were important in healing. We can say this because the figurines, as with the human remains, were fragmented. So what we find is that there are many heads, but the bodies have gone. So the heads were seen as very important. We had 39 heads. And an emphasis on the right arm. Again, if we go for universals, the right arm is the arm of purity. The left arm, less frequent, the unclean arm. Maybe. I'm not saying necessarily that is the case, but it's interesting that it pans out in that way. It's only a small assemblage of 251 fragments, but it's still something that we can potentially suggest in relation to it. I don't know if this is running out of juice or I've broken it somehow. Oh, there we go. And there also seems to be targeted healing via the figurines. One that you may have noticed on the various figurines I showed you is that the eyes are very stylized. And I don't think that that is a stylistic motif. I think that that is a representation of eyes that are damaged or leaking or blind or something. They're drawing attention to the eyes. And this was an area until the 1990s of endemic river blindness. So you can see this poor man here has it. You used to see them being led by children begging all along that belt of West Africa through Mali. They would be begging with the calabash bowl for this. And I think that this possibly relates to that. And if we think 99% of cases are in Africa, and you have two of the main rivers where it was endemic running straight through Comaland. So I think that they're referencing that. And then they also functioned as scapegoats, as material agents. This is a dead child that we can see here with an anencephalic head. It was a PhD student of mine, Bryn James, that worked out this. I thought it was a dog that was being represented there, but he said, no, have you seen these images from a medical database? These are very short-lived individuals. They live a few days. It appears that we have represented here a very specific medical condition, but what this child meant to the people of Comaland, we can't say. We can't say that they didn't want it, necessarily. They may have thought this was a special individual that only lasted a few days, and that's why they've represented it there. Or they may have done it, again, it's a possibility, because they didn't want that type of child because it's so short-lived and it was such a traumatic experience to go through. But we are able to begin to be able to see these specific conditions in relation to this. So, there we go. In conclusion, I've got no time today to look at the comparative dimensions. Again, I would refer you to my books if you're interested in following up in that. But what I would say is that medicine in sub-Saharan Africa is a wonderful, complex phenomena that is entangled with ritual, agency, materiality, magic, power, and animism. And then the comparative dimension is shown here by two shrines from the Yoruba sacred city of Ife in southwest Nigeria, where I took this here. And they have very similar but contrastive practices as well. And I would argue that this is approachable archaeologically, but whether what I've talked about today is applicable in the sorts of contexts you're looking at is for you to judge, not for me to preach about. So I would end by saying it's been a privilege to work in northern Ghana. We've been able to do things there that people have not been able to do in the past because of that notion of partnership. It's not me going in and demanding. It's working in partnership with local Ghanaian archaeologists as equals. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Issel. Questions? It's for the online participants. But we can repeat. Yeah, well, I'll repeat your question. So go ahead and ask.
Thank you so much, Professor, for this very interesting and fascinating presentation. I like very much the approach. And I have one question regarding the medicinal balls that you have presented and whether they were only used for like preparing the medicine, like mixing the ingredients all together, or they were only part of any type of incantation process. Like, did he bear any traces of writing, inscriptions?
No, these people are pre-literate. I'm not saying illiterate because they didn't have writing ever. So they're pre-literate. So there were no inscriptions ever.
Okay, no writing?
No, right. They don't
no
have
drawings, I mean?
No drawings either.
Okay.
We did an experiment with the children, getting them to draw things, and it was very interesting. But the pots themselves, I can say a little bit about. The archaeological ones, we've still got to do the work, but the Telensi ones, they use worn-out household pots for medicinal purposes because they don't want to waste a good pot for that. So they don't have a specific functioning type of medicine pot in that context.
But if they cannot try it they can do incantation, like they can...
Oh, they do incantations. Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, there's all the verbal and the oral element that goes with it. I have a video showing how they do this in relation to the divination practice.
Through balls.
Onto the bowl. Okay. And that's what activates it partly as a medicine pot. So it removes it from the sphere of the domestic and embeds it within the sphere of the medicinal and the ritual. Okay. By the words that are spoken to it.
Yes,
absolutely. But the pot itself, archaeologically, we can't say it's a medicine pot unless we scrape out the interior, and then we'll just get plant remains, which could be. Yes, exactly.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you for presenting this material that I think to all of us is completely new, or unknown at least. I was wondering, because you presented this, did you call it medical archaeology? So, but obviously a lot of the material or a lot of the interpretations that come out of this this material stem from the ethnographic component, right? Mm. So is this viable in cases where we're working with archaeological material where you don't have that opportunity?
Yes, I should have made the point slightly more clear that the Comaland, I forgot that on my introductory point there, is has no connection. The people who made these mounds have no connection with any living population now. Okay. When they were cleared in the 14th century, it comes to an end that, and it was either two scenarios that occurred. Either they were taken away for slaves, they were completely taken away north as slaves. We know that happened, to sell to the Muslim markets, or there was illness there and it just wiped everyone out and they moved, or the environment changed and they moved away. So it is purely archaeological. Mm. So the direct ethnography we can't use like we can with the Telensi. I just use that to illuminate my thinking and that of my partners, that they used it for themselves in order to be able to begin to make it.
But it must be difficult to say, this is medical. However we define medical, right?
Yes.
Contra, I don't know, a million other interpretations we might make of this material.
Absolutely. So that's why I've gone for the option of using that notion of bundling rather than saying it's a unilinear tract of interpretation, that we have to see this complexity there of these multiple strands being interwoven. But what I would say for those mounds in Comaland is that the weight of that interpretation goes much more towards the medicinal than anything else that I'm aware of. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your illuminating talk and presentation. It's very inspiring. There is one point that I didn't fully grasp. It's the cowrie shells, how they were connected with the figurines. They were adorning figurines, they were found in the same deposit, and how they were connected with the medicine, if I understood correctly.
Okay. The connection with the medicine we don't know, but what we can say from it is that they were status artifacts. They're found either as single shells, rarely, within the mounds themselves, so the actual shell, or more commonly represented as clay images on the top of those cones. I can say that they are artifacts of prestige because they were being obtained from long-distance trade. So they were filtering down from cities like Timbuktu and Gao, having come across the Sahara by the North African routes via Cairo with Hisham, my student here. We were looking at the shell trade. I gave a lecture on this 4 years ago in Cairo. And ultimately, some of these were from the Maldive Islands and from the Red Sea. Those are the two main sources of this. So these were prestige artifacts that were coming down. The link to medicine, though, I can't say. I can't say anything about.
No, that's quite interesting because in Egypt we have these cowrie shells that are used on the waist of female statues, figurines. I will show a little example in my presentation, but I wonder always what's the meaning of these cowrie shells apart from adornment, if there is any extra meaning. And it's nice to find this on the other side of the continent.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very... Oh. Gabriel?
Thank you very much.
for the presentation. I was really happy to have this presentation today because I think that we as Egyptologists we can learn a lot from other contexts, such as the sub-Saharan Africa. Likely, let's say, pre-literary context, so there is not the pressure of text because. From the point of view of the materiality of medicine in the past in Egyptology, there was also the attempt to identify objects based on texts and based on our idea of medical objects and with the framework of utility. So what object was useful for healing a person. And instead, I think that what was really interesting in your presentation was how we can use some concept in order to have a broader framework. So, for example, the concept of power or the concept of containment. So I have in mind some cases in Egyptian context where we have a group of objects that were probably related to healing practice or that were grouped together, maybe in a tomb, so probably it was a funerary context, so there was another meaning, but I think it was interesting and important that were put together just to be there, just to, let's say, to perpetuate the power they possessed. So I think this is really useful to start applying these concepts more than looking for an exact object.
Thank you for that comment.
In the interest of time, we'll move on, but during the coffee break, we can continue questions at that point. So if we can just set up our next talk. Perfect. Perfect. So our next speaker, Gianluca Miniacci, will be presenting to continue our exploration of materiality and health and medicine. And yes, and figurines, which I think is a very appropriate connection.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. I would like to thank you, the IFAO and the PMCA, for kindly inviting me and for organizing all of this, and especially a very warm thanks is for Gabriele Conte, with whom I shared part of his research, and he was very inspiring, and also thanks for organizing all of this. And thanks for putting me just before the break, so everyone is looking forward to go away. And after such an inspiring talk like Tim just gave, for this reason I brought a little bit of chocolate so I can give you a little bit more energy during my talk. You don't go away, I can just let it pass. You can just spread. I hope it's enough for everyone. So if you feel asleep, just raise your hand. I will stop my talk quite quickly. Today I will talk about the tracing of healing practices in the clay figurine, so it's very well connected with the previous talk. And sorry, I changed a little bit my title because it was originally was confined only to the Middle Bronze Age. It extended to a larger part of Egyptian history. In order to, and believe me, from clay figurines we will end to medicine and healing process. Just to let you understand the corpus, this is a project with the University of Pisa. We are working since 3 years, and we assemble a corpus of over 1,000 figurines of clay. Sorry, can I have the... Thank you very much. Over 1,000 figurines, and then we analyzed from different point of view, typologically, archaeologically, especially the technological trace and use wear, the fingerprints analysis. We discovered that being unfired clay, we discovered there are a number of fingerprints. This is not the talk for this analysis, but there will be some result exploited in this lecture. And then we analyzed the clay paste with the archaeometry, with the portable XRF. in all the analysis of these 1,000 figurines, we basically discovered, analyzing the composition of the clay, there is a strong division between some types of figurines that are more based on the marl clay, as you see, more as a clay from the Nile, made more with calcareous material, and some others, they have a Nile clay division. They are more moved to the Nile clay, which is a clay where there is more iron and silica inside. And to the second group, the one of Nile clay, they belong specific type of figurines that now we will see in details. One of these is these plaque figurines that scholars didn't pay much attention because they were believed to be a rudimental and rough representation of female figures that try to imitate the female figurines of Egypt made in more expensive material like faience, ivory, wood, or metal. You can see that they are stylized and sort of abstracted human forms. They are female, and they feature some anatomical parts, like can be the head, or they can be some other features. You see sometimes the head is separate, sometimes it's just pinched, very abstract, and definitely you have some female features like the pubic triangle, and then you have the belt. Sorry, there is a mistake, a typos there, but the belt is usually this aims to represent something that in other representation, female representation, is represented with cowrie shells. This is the reason why I was interested. And then sometimes they are showing other elements like a broad collar or a navel or a dimples on the back, often emphasizes by dots and rows and lines. And usually the legs and the arms are cropped because believed unnecessary. These figurines are attested from the Middle Kingdom, roughly is 2000 BC, till the late Ramesside period, so it's 1000 BC. They cross a millennium, and they are tested almost everywhere across Egypt. I just put the earliest examples datable. They come from Abydos, and then the latest datable from Amara West in Sudan. We are between the second and the third cataract of the Niles. Some of them, they can be dated to the Middle Kingdom, like Lahoun, probably Abydos. But the latest one, but the most secure one are the one coming from Deir el-Medina and from Sai Island. And you can see that over 215 examples of documented plaque figurines now published by Beatrice Noria Serrano, one of my postdoc in Pisa. You see that the distribution is mainly in settlements. We have over 80% of context coming from settlements. And they are widespread almost everywhere across Egypt, from Tel El Daba in the north till Amara West in Nubia. And then another category of figurines, of these Nile clay figurines, are these sort of oblong shaped with 4 limbs, what we assume to be a limb, and then what seems to be a tail and a head. That usually scholars, they place in very broad category that can be the reptilia, something like crocodiles, or especially most of them are classified as lizards. We will see this is not the case. But I'm happy if you have any other opinion about them. And then we have artiodactyl mammals. Even in this case, their anatomical zoomorphic identification is very difficult because they seem to struggle between hippos. You can see this look like they might look like a hippo, but they also, some people, they interpret some of them as bulls or as pigs. And also these figurines studied by Georgia Long, they have similarly distribution in settlement. They don't reach the same dimension of the plaque figurines, but because most of them are doubtful, we don't know exactly their archaeological context. in work together with Vanessa Forte, she's a prehistorian working on clay, we analyzing these figurines instead of from their type, but we try to tackle from their morphology, try to see who made these figurines, how they were made. And within this this is trace analysis, we realized that actually they were rather complex, they were not easy, so we almost start to discard the idea that they were made by children. Also, they were made at a regular or low egometric stage, so it means they pour the right quantity of water in order to create these figurines. And it was a complex manufacture process. And within this corpus of clay figurines, we identified sequences, 13 sequences, that they go for more complex to the less complex. Basically, especially with the tempered and oblong zoomorphic figurines, we realized that actually they try to reproduce the same type of figurine, just with different level of complexity. The sequence one is the most complex one, where they add the tails, where they form the skin, when they shape the mouth, reaching till the latest level of complexity, where they just make the same type of shape with less details. And if we look at the figurines that they have more details, we can see that most probably they are trying to reproduce a crocodile. You see, this is quite clear from the skin, how it's shaped, the mouth and the eyes. And you see the less detailed one, in the end, they still seems to represent a shape of a crocodiles. And from this, we start to move, also thanks to Gabriele, to the text, because as you have seen today already in the Papyrus Ramesseum, this is the number 8 in the British Museum. You see there is a spell against the Shememet fever, that is quite a heavy fever accompanied by some deliria. And probably in this case there is also an exorcism, because it seems like the people was also possessed by a spirit. We are not very interested in the context of the spell, rather in this description of using this instruction how to use this spell, because at the end of the formula there is the instruction, and this formula should be said 4 times over a crocodile made of clay, Mesech and Sin, and over a bull, Ka, probably is a bull, made in clay. This is quite interesting because it actually brings back immediately to the world of these images that we didn't know what they represented at the beginning, because you can see here the crocodile types, all the figurines that we classify, they are trying to reproduce exactly always the same type of figures, and the other one that they look always a reproduction in different details of the same type of figurines. They might represent the crocodile and the bull of the formula. But we can go a little bit further in this, because there is another papyrus, the Chester Beatty 5, that you can see this is a spell to dispel a headache. And even in this case, in destruction, they give that this should be recited over a crocodile of clay. Again, is this crocodile of clay. And the crocodile should have, here give some specification, a grain in the mouth, and the eyes should be set in faience. And when you go to see these figurines, you can see this is the head of a crocodile, what we can call a crocodile of this oblong shape. And this has a bead in faience set exactly in his eyes. And here, this is a human figure. This should be a human face. Again, it has the eyes set in faience. And even if we find any crocodile with grain in the mouth, we found these other female figurines with a grain in the vulva, and then it also has a grain in the eyes, as you can see from the zoom. And then we can continue a little bit further, because there is another papyrus, Leiden 1348, where there is a spell for curing the belly ache, where the patient is assimilated with God Ra. About this assimilation we have already spoken at the beginning of our conference. And then in the instruction for use, this spell should be spoken over a female figure of clay. And here you might imagine that I will call immediately to your attention the plaque figurines that they were shaped as female individuals. Unfortunately, in this case, there is a little bit of specification after this formula, because it specifies which should be the figure of clay, because as for any suffering in the belly, the affliction, this is a ritual of passage, the passage should go into the figurines, should go down for him into the female figure of Isis. And here our connection doesn't work anymore because they don't represent Isis. And there is also another papyrus, a little bit more enigmatic, is against the warding off the snake, against the snake bites, is in Turin, is the 54003. And again, here there is again a figure of clay that should represent Isis. So basically, even the female figures are, they show all the female figurines. They, for any Egyptologist, they don't represent Isis. It's completely different. This is a representation of Isis. It has the crown. It has specific features. They are not on these figurines. And from this, I would like just to quote. From this, I start a new path, because I start to think along a British artist. This is a British Indian artist, Anish Kapoor. Probably most of you will know because of the Chicago Eyes and all the rest. And he expressed some reflection over, interrogates the relationship between the skin, it means the surface, and what is inside, what is the volume inside, between the liminal space, between the exterior and the internal. And he say this word that I find very inspiring. It's explained this exhibition that was held in Florence in 2023, that he aimed to trick the visitors. You see, this looks extremely soft piece of like is a sweet or bonbon, something like this, but actually it's made of stone. It's just the surface that make it looks light, or this looks like an interior, human interior, but it's actually made of plastic. And they say the mirror works, the painted works, they all had skin, and the skin is the moment that separates a thing from its environment. It's also the surface on which or through which we read an object, is the moment in which the two-dimensional words meet the three-dimensional world. There is a kind of implied unreality about skin in which I think is wonderful. And I think this is what can reconnect with the figurines. They probably is just the skin of something else. And luckily, I found this spell is not in Egyptology, but is in Western Asia. There is the tablet Sultan Tepe first, is about the fortune telling, is about the mantric dim, somebody that wants to know about his future. And there is a spell, and there is a prescription of the spell, because who wrote the spell just gave instruction. He said the text should be accompanied by two images of the gods, Ea and Marduk. And then look also, he gives also instruction, these images should be drawn exactly like I've done here. So basically this is Ea and this is Marduk. If you would have seen these figurines, would have interpreted them as a god? Absolutely no. This is just two roughly made human-shaped figurines. And needless to say, the two deliberate crude anthropomorphic images demonstrate that for certain purposes, the accuracy and the details of a figure was not important, exactly like our clay figurines. It's pointless here to quote the Minkisi of Bakongo people that are the nail fetish. Thanks for removing any... from the word fetish every accumulation for this, but I don't know how else to call them. And even for this Minkisi, you can see that they try to represent the ancestral spirits, but actually there is no link, no connection with what they represent, because you can see in this case is a double-head dog and it represents an ancestor, but there is no representation. What they stress is the performativities, the action that you do over an object in order to go into the images in what they represent. And you can see that in clay figurines, the performativity is one of the key, because as you can see that people that were making figurines, we have already seen, they were accustomed or skilled to use clay. Why they've done something so rough? Because they don't need any accuracy, they don't need any details. The purpose of this object was not related to the external part of the form. We are always used with something like the statuette. They should be in the temple, they should look, they should admire, they should send a message. In this case was more important what they were modeling, what they put on the figurines rather than the figurine itself. And in addition, we also have seen, this is a scheme made by Vanessa Forte that is here at working, and you can see that the manufacture was not confined, was only confined to adults. Has nothing to do with children. Children, there is only 2 fingerprints we discovered. We don't even know if they are accidental or not. But the low degree of manufacture of these figurines doesn't reflect a lack of technical ability and not even an age bias. What they stress is rapidity in creating something and performativity. So we wonder if these female figurines can actually represent in the ritual Isis or any female goddess that you need, and if this shape that I think it looks like Loch Ness monster or something like this, it actually can represent a crocodile, and these artiodactyl mammals, they can actually represent the bull of the spells. And then I want to also address if they were magic purpose, then they were magic figurines. On this has been already said quite enough in this lecture, but I think that the division between medical and magical text has been already highlighted at the beginning of this conference. We actually created a strong separation between medical science, the texts that look more like medical science to us, from the spell or the incantations. And actually this is given by a modern prejudice, because actually what is the base of the spell or the incantation is the so-called non-measurable forces. Like there are malevolent spirits, demons, deities, unjustified death that are the cause of the deceased, and they are not based on the principle that aligns with our modern scientific approach, and they've been we tend to create a divide. I invite you to think also about modern medicine, because we say that from modern medicine we try to exclude all of this superstition, magic, incantation, while I think it's still part of modern medicine. I hope the video works. There is no audio. It's possible to have the audio.
So specifically at university hospitals, we actually assess patients on an acronym that we call SPACE, which is stress, pain, anxiety, coping, and then we also provide education. All of these elements seem to have an impact on each other. We actually have empirical evidence that shows how music can help reduce a person's pain perception. We've completed several studies here at university hospitals that show that on average, a patient in pain can reduce their pain perception of about 20%. And that's non-pharmacologically, that's just with music.
So have you seen this? It's okay. Yeah, have you seen that even today's healing is a complex process? It's not only pharmacological, it's not only medical, it's something, it goes inside and outside a ceremony, and then it has also spiritual and psychological dimension. And Start it again. And you can see that magic, incantations, superstitions, and even ineffective tools is a strategy for the healers. Is a strategy, as we have said before, is something that is start to create inside the patient the so-called placebo effect. I'm not going to discuss about the placebo effect here, but what we try to separate from the medical part, the spells and incantation, are actually part of the placebo effect. It creates a sort of ceremony that goes on the psychological and in the spiritual part. Imagine when you speak with a doctor and the doctor say, you might feel better. You already feel so and so. When the doctor say you will feel better, you have 20% more chance that you feel better. Everything that you believe in a doctor, imagine the injection has been studied that if they give you something by the mouth, is less powerful than if you inject something with the needle. You need the needle to feel better because the needle is more powerful. And this is sometimes it's just the placebo effect. The placebo, you need to believe in something. And this is all this spells and this incantation are part of the medical treatment. And even from the ancient Egyptian, there was this was quite clear because Dieleman has already clearly highlighted that the structure of the spells is very close to what we call scientific and medical treatment. They both start with the title or the introduction, which is a short sentence to indicate the purpose. There is a main corpus that in the case of their recipe is a list of ingredients, the symptoms, and in the case of the spell is the formula of the spells. And then there is the last part that is what it interests now today is the practical performance, the direction of use. That in one case is the full set of instruction on the modes and manner of preparation or dosage of the ingredients. And then is the performance that we have seen in the previous spells, the performance of the spell, the instruction of the spell in order to be effective. And it's exactly in the practical performance and in direction of use that there is the materiality of the ancient Egyptian healers. And it's here where lie clay figurines. Sometimes when we try to search for the instruments of the physician, the tools of the doctors, we don't know. Apart from Komombo that is here, we don't have many others, probably because we are searching in the wrong place. You see the practical performance written in a very straightforward and succinct manner, and instruct the performer about the action and the things to be used. Here there are the gesture, the performance, the ingredients, the tools involved in the healing therapy. Oops, no, I didn't conclude yet. And then I wonder if these figurines are part of the healing therapy, if they should be seen by the performative action of making a figurines. There is a healer, there is someone feeling sick, you need to create these figurines quite quickly. This is given by they don't need to be precise, they just need to receive the spell out over them. And this is the reason, they need to look like a female figures. That can be Isis, can be Hathor, can be whatever you want on these figurines. But their function is not how they look like, but is their performance and the ritual spelled over. So I wonder if the materiality, we should start searching the materiality of healing in ancient Egypt, also outside the modern concept of medicine, of current medicine. Thank you very much for your attention.
Great questions. We'll start up front.
Thank you so much. I have quite a specific question because I'm really interested in these figurines. I went and saw them at UCL recently, and I was puzzling over what exactly the seed was, and I just wondered if in your research you'd discovered what is it precisely?
Not yet. We are waiting for this.
No worries. Let me know, please. I'm really desperate.
The person analyzing this, when we arrived to the botanical part, got pregnant, so we are on hold on this. Magically, she got pregnant.
Thank you so much for your interesting presentation. My question is about whether you have came across any evidence from the magical papyri or medical papyri regarding the to put needles or actually to like because this actually making these kind of not actually figurines of clay but actually of paper and to like
I know it's Egyptian.
this
It's
is
modern
very Egyptian thing. So I don't know whether you have found evidence in papyri regarding this kind of healing, like.
Personally, not. But
piercing.
we have expert of text here. But I
There
wonder the
is?
same. I wonder the same if it could be something like this. But it can be given by this because it's all punctuated. Although it's a way they produced object in ancient Egypt. So also other features. When you have faience figurines, you can have this punctuation, or even with the ivory. I don't know if it's the case or not, but you can see quite a lot of punctuation
No, I mean
in
the
specific points.
The instructions in the papyri that tells you to do so and so in figures, if you can find it.
In Greek magical papyri, we can use like the ibis feather in order to inject some material in the body. This we can find. There is an article by Antonio Ricciardetto on Animaux. The article is in French. It's the only thing I can think of about healing and piercing.
In papyri, there are remedies that the signs should be drawn in the patient's skin, so it only says fresh ink, not the tool that this design should be made. But maybe it is like some sort of tattoo that we have already documented in Egypt, or it is something like temporarily that, I don't know.
By the way, I'm happy to receive any reference if you have about this practice, because a lot of friends told me about this practice of piercing the paper, and I didn't find any scientific reference. If you have any paper for the practice of piercing. Yeah, if you have any reference, I would be happy to receive. Yeah. It's good. Very interesting, yeah?
Thank you very much for this interesting topic. But I have noticed something in this figure. There is like a thread. Is it attached to a thread or not?
Pardon?
Is it attached to a thread?
Yeah, it's attached to a thread.
So it acts as a pendant, or
It's a head attached to the head.
Okay.
It's one of the few cases we have.
Okay. Do you think that it could be like an amulet or something like a pendant?
It can be everything in the end. I have. This is to shape the hair. This is the shape to shape the hair because they have seeds. So in general, I don't know if these objects were actually amulets, how they were used. I have this suggestion that they can be part of the healing ritual, so can be the tools of the healer. I don't know if then they were used in the house. We have a few contexts and we have a few inscriptions also. Also, they don't come from the upper level, but from the middle class most probably. So we don't have any clue what they can be used for. This is the closest clue to something.
Thank you very much.
Just connected to the conversation before, in terms of these drawings that are made on the skin of the patient. These are, I think, to my mind, most definitely temporary drawings, because often they're made on top of the ailment, and a lot of times these are like boils or something like this. So imagine tattooing that. That would have been extremely painful. I can't imagine that this would have been done. So just a comment on that.
I have a question. So, for these female plaque figurines, why these as potential depictions of Isis when we have many other kinds of hand modeled female figurines that show up in domestic contexts, and in those cases, the ones, some of them that I'm familiar with are quite unique in a way that wouldn't make sense as an embodiment of the goddess. So I'm just curious if perhaps these figurines you chose for a specific reason to have that interpretation, or more because we haven't yet found a lot of parallels for them.
No, what I try to convey here is just that they might represent what you want. What is the spell? We don't have all the spells of ancient Egypt. They might identify everything. They can be just a clay figurines. I remember there is I don't know if you're aware of the Epic of Kirta. Kirta is in Lebanon, is the famous adventure of Kirta that he does. In Ugaritic text, that he does all the misfortune, and in order to remove the misfortune from Kirta, they just create a female figurine that it banish and it attract all the misfortune. So it's something that is used to create something female that can attract something, and in this case is the female that can attract the sickness, the illness. I just say that the fact that in two specific spells it's mentioned clay shaped as Isis, it doesn't mean that we need to expect to find Isis. This can be Isis. Any female figurines can be Isis, working on the same line, in the same line of. On this. Of this can be everything. I mean, can be Marduk, can be Ra, can be everyone. And I think it's the same principle. It's the only way that I can explain all these figurines that are very similar, although they are different, but they are very similar. The principle was working from Egypt and Sudan over a millennium. Yeah. So it means they should have a common ground rather than a local purpose.
All right, I think it's time for our coffee break. Do you recommend a shorter coffee break to keep the time? Or no? It's up to you. A full half an hour coffee break. So since it is 35 past, we'll meet at 5 past. Great.
because I need to change the
Okay. All right, we are going to get started after our coffee break. We're slightly altering the program, so our next speaker will be Nermin Samia Mohammed Sayed, and she will be presenting on Alexandrian sculpture. Welcome, Nermin.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I am Nermin Samir, a lecturer of Greek and Roman archaeology at the Faculty of Archaeology, Ain Shams University. I'm going to present today the echo of anatomy in Alexandrian sculpture, the votive foot from El Ras Soda temple as a case study. Well, أكتر؟ تمام. I'm not going to مش سامعين خالص الصوت واطي كده. Okay, I'm not going to examine a single object of a votive foot from a Ras Soda. It's not going to be as الفويس مش واضح مش شغال. It's working. Perhaps the open windows.
No, I think it was open also before. So just put it,
Okay. I'm sorry for that. Okay. I'm going to examine a single object, a votive foot from a Ras Soda, not as an isolated artifact, but as a point of entry into some broader questions. How should we interpret anatomical detail in Alexandrian sculpture? As naturalism or as evidence of structured representations? How much did ancient artists really know about the human body? And can a small votive object preserve the echo of a scientific revolution? The answer is yes. The rise of the branch of anatomy, of natural science, in the early Ptolemaic period was a revolution to all ancient Greek beliefs and standards. As in the meanwhile, that ancient Egypt was very advanced in medicine and in the knowledge of internal human body parts, which is proved in literary sources such as the Edwin Smith papyrus and the Ypres papyrus. The Greek world, despite its philosophical sophistication, imposed scientific, cultural, and religious constraints on the study of the human body. While medical writers such as Hippocrates advanced the theoretical understanding of disease, direct anatomical investigation of the human body remained highly restricted. Knowledge of internal structures was often inferred indirectly through the treatment of wounded bodies or analogous with animal dissection, rather than through systematic human dissection. But in Hellenistic Alexandria, under the rule of the first Ptolemies and by the hands of the Greek physicians Herophilus and Erasistratus, these restrictions were demolished, as they were allowed not only to dissect human bodies, but also to vivisect the convicted prisoners, which is recorded in classical literary sources such as Celsius and Tertullian and Galen. Worthy of mention that the term anatomy, which is derived from the Greek word anatomy, that means cutting up, and from the Greek verb anatimeno, that means to cut up, it's in the modern science refers to the branch of morphology that is concerned with the study of the internal and external structure of organisms and their parts. The Temple of Ras Souda represents a Roman period sanctuary embedded within a ritual landscape concerned with healing and bodily vulnerability. Its association with Isis is particularly significant, and the goddess was widely invoked in contexts of illness and recovery. Within such spaces, votive offerings functioned as material expressions of supplication, often representing specific parts of the body in need of healing. Among the finds from the site was a marble votive foot, stands out for its striking execution. Unlike many schematic votive representations, this object displays a notable degree of anatomical precision, particularly in the articulation of the toes and the modeling of surface detail. From a modern anatomical perspective, the human foot is a highly complex structure composed of multiple bones, joints, and connective tissues. The phalanges divided into proximal, middle, and distal segments play a critical role in articulation and balance. Additionally, the metatarsal alignment and the curvature of the plantar arch contribute to weight distribution and mobility. These elements provide a framework through which sculptural representations can be systematically analyzed. When this anatomical framework is applied to the Ras Souda foot, the object reveals a high degree of structural coherence. The toes exhibit a clear and deliberate articulation of the phalangeal structure with distinct differentiation between proximal, middle, and distal segments. The proportions are carefully calibrated, and the transition between joints is rendered with notable subtlety. Even the treatment of the nails suggests an awareness of their anatomical placement and integration within the overall structure. Such a precision indicates not only technical skills, but a refined understanding of the internal anatomy of the human foot. Such a precision invites interpretation beyond mere craftsmanship. A comparison with other votive feet from the Greco-Roman world highlights this distinction. It is based on observable proportional relationships and segmentation patterns rather than quantitative measurements. The comparison, of course. In this late period, early Ptolemaic limestone feet, the sculptor establishes the general form of the foot, where the feet are shown pair with a clear but simplified outlining of the toes. There is no attempt to articulate the internal structure of the foot, particularly the segmentation of the toes. Even the nails are minimally indicated. Overall, the representation does not correspond closely to actual human foot structure. It rather reflects formal clarity rather than anatomical accuracy, or even nearing accuracy. These Hellenistic terracotta examples from Italy continue a similar representational logic. The feet are shown in pair, clear but simplified outlining of the toes. There is no attempt to articulate the internal structure of the foot, particularly the segmentation of the toes. Even the nails are only minimally indicated as well. The emphasis remains on clarity of form rather than anatomical precision. In these marble examples, the level of decorative complexity is significantly elevated. The feet are rendered with elaborate sandal designs, including serpent coils and divine figures, Isis, Serapis, Harpocrates, transforming the foot into a highly symbolic object. Toes are clearly defined with visible nail indication, though executed with less refinement than a Ras Soda foot. Despite the technical and decorative richness, the toes lack articulated phalangeal structure and the clear segmentation of the toes. Finally, these marble examples from Rome. The sandals are different in shape and style than Ras Soda, and the previous examples from Rome, from Roman, the Roman marbles previously presented. The ankles are decorated with serpent forms only. Toes are clearly separated with visible nail definition, a consistent absence of anatomical structuring, particularly in phalangeal articulation. Overall, they as well do not achieve the precision and proportional coherence observed in the Ras Soda foot. At this point, the comparison makes something clear. Neither regional variation nor material sophistication alone accounts for anatomical precision. We can now return to a Ras Soda, not as isolated example, but as a distinct model of representation. In contrast to all preceding examples, a Ras Soda foot demonstrates a level of internal organization that cannot be reduced to stylistic variation. The toes are not only separated, but proportionally structured, with clear indication of segmentation. Nail placement and shape follows almost correspondence to human ones. What we are observing here is not simply a more refined rendering, but a fundamentally different approach. The foot is constructed according to an internal anatomical framework. This degree of structural coherence is not paralleled in the comparative material, whether in late period or early Ptolemaic stone examples, Hellenistic terracotta, or Roman marble examples. It therefore demands explanation beyond the stylistic development alone. If this difference cannot be explained by material, region, or chronology alone, then the question shifts: what kind of knowledge or way of seeing underlies this form of representation? As there is no explicit literary evidence that sculptors in Alexandria studied anatomy or participated in dissections, ancient sources remain silent on any direct interaction between medical practitioners and artists. However, this absence of evidence should not be taken as evidence of absence. The material evidence presented here demonstrates that anatomical precision does not emerge as a gradual or universal development across the Hellenistic and Roman worlds. Instead, a Ras Soda foot stands apart, not as a more refined example, but as a fundamentally different one. Its significance lies in the way it anatomically corresponds to actual human foot, not through surface resemblance, but through an internal structural logic. This distinction matters because it shifts our interpretation from naturalism as imitation to representation as a form of knowledge. Within this framework, Alexandrian sculpture may be understood not merely as stylistically innovative, but as participating in a broader intellectual environment in which the body was observed, analyzed, and conceptually structured. A Ras Soda foot, therefore, is not just a sculptured object of devotion. It is a clear mirror that reflects a sphere of deep passion of knowledge.
Thank you very much, Nermin. Questions? I will start with a question. So I think you very clearly and well argued your point that this shows that the artist at hand was very intimate with the anatomy of, at least in this case, his foot. I'm curious if for next steps, as you look at additional pieces in Alexandria, if you're looking to continue this in other examples to see if, for instance, anatomical variations on the hand or other parts of the body that might be represented in different statuary shows the same level of precision in comparison to other areas.
Well, I compared the foot already with examples from Alexandria and from outside of Egypt through the period and in later period, a Roman one, contemporary one, and previous for it in late and early Ptolemaic, but it does not seem accurate in anatomy like the one in Al-Ras al-Suda foot. But yes, I am so interested in this field of intersections and interdisciplinary studies. My PhD was a combination of psychological and anatomical and archaeological aspects. Yes, there is going to be more pieces, more statues, of course, but I need to find something very interesting like this, and all the examples are showing how outstanding is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Just an observation on how also your presentation helped us to move beyond how we usually visualize the materiality and materiality in healing, materiality in medicine. So I think it is good also to look at other concepts, other way to approach this topic. So not just the instruments, but also how the ideas of health and healing influenced other aspects of materiality. And I think that this connection between art and medicine is something that is recurrent in the history or also in other contexts. So it was about the Renaissance in Italy, where there was a very important improvement in the anatomical observation, like Zalius or Da Vinci. And at the same moment, these improvements in the anatomical observation were reflected in paintings and sculpture in the artistic production. And it is also interesting that Renaissance was based exactly on renovating the experience of ancient Greece, ancient of the classical world. So it is interesting to notice this connection between art and medicine.
Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you so much. Lovely, beautiful feet that you were showing us. If anyone has a foot fetish, this was your day to be here. Sorry. I was just sort of wondering if you noticed anything about, say, who was depicted with this sort of level of precision anatomically, whether examples you looked at that you thought were not as precise and those that were correlated at all to like the sort of person who was portrayed, like their status in society or anything like that?
Do you mean it's in this precision for its high status or something? I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so. He's not a common, he was a charioteer, but even a charioteer is not something with very high status. It's the level of knowledge and science that was in the city or in the capital of a great empire in this time that affected this precision. And even though there are other examples are not in this case of accuracy. it's very curious. Yeah, I'm sure while more studying, I will find some other results.
Yeah, I mean, my thought is that in terms of, say, Greek statuary, the sort of attention to detail with athletes in particular seems to be a trend within Greek culture, even though, as you say, those figures, I might think of, if anyone knows them, the Riachi bronzes, which are from the 5th century, are really amazing bronze sculptures. And they're
when you compare them to the ancient Egyptian statues, of course, but even Greek sculpture, its periods, when it's arriving to Hellenistic period, it's another shift.
For sure, I'm not doubting you at all on that. I'm just thinking that there's, like, in terms of depicting an athlete in that way, that it might fit in with the sort of attitudes also, like what the value is of depicting an athlete with such precision may fit into like what their cultural value was generally. But thank you so much. This is very interesting.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. So perfect. So we will move on to our next speaker, Noha.
No, we can do the.
Oh no, I take. First Beatrice.
Yes.
Okay. I lied. I lied. You're up next. I'm so sorry. We have had some technical difficulties. All right.
Hello. Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you. Oh, would you like to share screens?
Yes. Let me see if I can.
All right, we can see, it's not in presenter mode yet, but we can see your screen.
Perfect. All right, I'm so I'm trying to figure out the presenter mode for Zoom.
I'll point it out to you, but that won't be very helpful. The bottom right next to the Zoom. Ah, perfect, perfect. Wonderful, thank you. All right. So
Mauritania. Okay, so you can see it. But you guys still see the notes, right?
We do see all notes.
Okay. Okay, even now?
This is perfect. This is what.
Perfect.
Okay,
Excellent.
perfect. Okay, so I will introduce our next speaker, Beatrice, who will be joining us remotely from Berkeley.
Indeed. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry for the little technical issue. All right. So, so today I would like to present what are basically my the preliminary results of my current PhD dissertation that I'm undertaking in Berkeley, which mostly focuses on a reassessment and an implementation of previous knowledge regarding the function of the Blue Lotus in ancient Egyptian rituals involving intoxication, so rituals of drunkenness. Now, in 2025, I was given the opportunity to be an inaugural cohort of florist scholars and fellows within the program of Psychedelics in Society and Culture, sponsored by the Berkeley Center for the Science of Psychedelics and the Center for Interdisciplinary Critical Inquiry, in partnership with Harvard's Mahindra Humanities Center. So in the framework of this project, I sought to investigate the lotus both from a phytochemistry standpoint and through the lens of ethnobotany, in an effort then to deepen our current understanding of ancient Egyptian practices in the context of selected rituals that may have consciously employed the blue lotus as less of a visual and pleasant implement and more of an intentional enhancer of ritual performance and experience. But first things first, so identifying botanical species used in ancient Egypt is notoriously a daunting task, which come with the challenges of preservation of organic remains once one seeks to conduct archaeometric analysis, and of course, for the cultural subjectivity that it is intrinsic to botanical classification in the ancient world. There are also modern misconceptions, one that I would like to clarify right now. So the blue lotus is the common name in Egyptology by which the botanical species of Nymphea nucali variant Cerulea is known. So as such, this denomination actually reflects a misnomer in the discipline because the so-called Egyptian blue lotus is in fact, or the white lotus, is in fact a water lily. So that is to say, it belongs to the Nymphea genus of Linnaeus. Instead, the true lotus must be identified in a species that is known as Nelumbo nucifera, which is an entirely different species of the genus Nelumbo, which is instead indigenous to the Asian continent. Blue lotus and white lotus, along with the European variant, which is Nymphea alba, are instead indigenous to the Mediterranean. Now, the true lotus is not only a separate species, but it also occupies an entirely different place in the Linnean taxonomy. It's an alloctonous plant, so it was introduced in Egypt likely during the Persian period, so in the Egyptian ecosystem. And it can be distinguished by Nymphea cerulea by the color, first of all, because Nymphea cerulea has the classical beautiful sepals with the lilac or violet color, bluish color that the Egyptians appreciated so much, whereas Nelumbo nucifera is in fact pink. So it comes in different shades of pink and violet. The confusion between the two species can actually be traced back to the early days of botanical classification. And for example, the merging of all three species already happened in, if you're acquainted with this publication, Thornton's monumental opera, The Temple of Flora, in 1798. Now, I've been providing a disclaimer about proper nomenclature. I will still be employing the designation of blue lotus throughout this paper for the sake of clarity, since it has come to be the conventional terminology for the blue nymphea in Egyptology. I don't know if I mentioned, but not as well discussed maybe as the blue lotus. We do have the white lotus, again, nymphea lotus, that is also a featured variant. Now, there is no denying that the presence of the blue lotus and the white lotus within textual and archaeological sources is nothing short than ubiquitous throughout Egyptian history. The ancient Egyptian creation myths crystallized the lotus as a symbol of cosmic significance, instrumental to the infant sun god's daily emergence from the primeval waters. As established in this, the lotus is a powerful allegory for the notions of creation and cosmic renewal. Ever since the Old Kingdom, the deceased is bringing a lotus flower to the nose in countless funerary scenes as an emblem par excellence of rejuvenation and the hope of rebirth. A funeral liturgy, in fact, transmitted all the way from the pyramid text of Unas, from pyramid text 255 to 68, into the Book of the Dead, into chapter 174, as in the deceased declaring, I rise as Nefertem, so the embodiment of the blue lotus, as the nose at the nose of Ra as it goes forth from the horizon every day. The lotus was, of course, also appreciated for its intrinsic beauty alone, featuring prominently on items on personal care, most notably cosmetic palettes, cosmetic spoons, and all kinds of cosmetic accoutrements, while also being endlessly reproduced on, of course, amuletic objects, meant to evoke all these closely related concepts of rebirth, renewal, beauty, rejuvenation, and so forth. Now, possibly due to the rich substratum of widely discussed implications of the lotus, as indeed a symbol of, with this very strong iconicity in multiple aspects of the ancient Egyptian religion, the more practical uses of the plant itself have been somewhat obfuscated. As a result, a thorough analysis of, let's say, the secular role of the water lilies and what the Egyptians may have recognized as pharmacological properties has remained sporadically investigated so far. Once again, this is also a result of the intrinsic difficulties of studying ancient Egyptian or any ancient botanical compounds. Now, the best source for this kind of inquiry, so for again, these pharmacological properties of the blue lotus, is naturally represented by the corpus of the medical texts. So it's well known that healing spells do rely on an overlap of scientific and religious knowledge in order to achieve that desired efficacy. But the inclusion of the lotus in the medical text, so as far as I've been able to trace them, does not really appear in any way linked to its divine counterpart Nefertem, usually, nor it is included in incantations with overt mythological background. Now, of course, one could argue that all of these say subtext is ever present, which of course is also true. The lotus instead appears to be often treated as a simple ingredient in a variety of remedies. Most of them come from Papyrus Ebers and Papyrus Hertz, which also have matching cells that appear in both papyri. So in Ebers 209, we have a remedy against constipation induced by an Ezict demon, where there's a prescription for 1/8 of how session, so lotus petals. We will discuss terminology in a bit. But the word for lotus here is session, and how would refer to the petals or the leaves. That is actually unclear. In Ebers 224, we have instead a different remedy against the poison, another very common kind of disease in medical texts, which also corresponds to Papyrus Hearst spell 82, where again we have the same prescription for 1/8 of how and how session, so lotus petals. So this is a recurring, let's say, employment of a part of the lotus. Additionally, in Papyrus Hearst, Ebers 158 and 475. There's a remedy of very dubious effect, where basically the sepat, possibly the leaves, are meant to be applied to the head of, as it said, a hated person to cause the hair to fall. Now, again, a remedy of very dubious effect. Now, additionally, there's Papyrus Ebers 479 lists the how of the lotus to treat the liver. Again, this should be the leaves, and the same ingredients is used elsewhere to cure skin disease. So, as it can be seen, based on the evidence which I've here summarized in extreme brevity, it can be observed that the lotus doesn't seem to have been employed for a single purpose in ancient Egyptian thaumaturgy practices, and instead it was employed in a different, in a wide range of concoctions in the medical texts. Now, the genus of the Nymphaeaceae, or water lilies, to which the blue lotus indeed belongs, has been known to contain several psychoactive alkaloids. There doesn't seem to be any indication that in a medical text that we've just seen, or any of the texts that I have seen so far, that there was any knowledge in the medical text that the lotus could contain what are substantially psychoactive substances. Psychoactive means that they have an effect on the central nervous system. So for reference, alkaloids are naturally occurring compounds whose chemical structure is nitrogen-based. And they're often found in plants and some fungi, so they're absolutely naturally occurring. An example of alkaloid everybody would be acquainted with is caffeine. The most relevant in Nymphea cerulea, which contains four are the first two listed here, which would be apomorphine and luciferin. Apomorphine is a dopamine antagonist and a serotonin modulator, meaning it stimulates dopamine production. And once metabolized, it can induce a sense of euphoria and relaxation. This has been currently confirmed by modern testing of the plant, which, by the way, is almost extinct in Egypt since the creation of the Big Dam of Aswan, but it is still, it can be still found in some locations. Apomorphine has also been known to be a potent emetic, so to induce vomiting, something that we will come back on later. Luciferin, on the other hand, acts as a dopamine antagonist, so it interacts with the nervous central system in a sedative manner. So phytochemical analyses have determined that these compounds are concentrated not in the entire of the flower, just in the blossom and the rhizome, while the alkaloids are absent from the leaves, the root, and seeds. Perhaps coincidentally, most of the remedies in papyrus fibers or hearse or most of the medical papyri do employ usually the petals, the sepals, or let's say the chalice of the flower. In addition, these alkaloids have been confirmed to not be soluble in water, which means that they need an alcoholic or fatty medium in order to develop and then affect the nervous system. So to become what we say bioavailable. Now, going back to the evidence provided by the medical text, there's an interesting element that can be already noted, that it is in most, if not all, instances of the blue lotus being named as an ingredient, all the organic components are required by the recipe to be soaked in wine or beer overnight, so to be macerated into an alcoholic medium, usually accompanied by other mediums like oils or animal fat. So all these conditions seem to, for the alkaloids to develop, seem to be satisfied in most of the recipes in the medical papyri. It is certainly not specific remedies involving the lotus, but it's worth noting, and it generally supports the notion that preparators of herbal concoctions may have been successful in uncovering the most efficient way of ensuring the desired effect from the consumption of these herbs, whatever that may be. So this set of information should have us consider the idea that the water lily is in fact far from being an inert botanical organism that was chosen by the ancient Egyptian practitioners for merely its religious symbolism, beauty, and pleasant aroma. This work, in fact, is very indebted to a seminal article by William Matthew Harrer, a doctor who first advanced the hypothesis that Nymphea cerulea. He also publishes research in the Art Journal. It was the first one to suggest that Nymphea cerulea was being deliberately infused into a ritual alcoholic libation of sorts as a psychotropic additive. So, an idea that has also been recently revised by Kasia Spakowska with a focus instead of incubation practices as connected to the cult of Bes. Speaking of which, in 2024, there was a breakthrough study from Tampa University on some organic residues on 4 Bes cups that were dated to the Ptolemaic period that were in the possession of the Tampa University with proven provenance from the Fayum, most of them. They conducted high-resolution mass spectrometry on the samples, and they detected chemical markers of nuferidin, which we already mentioned as one of the 4 alkaloids contained in Nymphea cerulea, and also other compounds that were matching the chemical markers of the Nymphea genus, so the water lilies. Also, thanks to ancient DNA metabarcoding and other methods to further differentiate between botanical species and better identify them, they actually were able to identify with certainty the chemical footprint of Nymphea cerulea inside this vessel, along with other rather surprising human biological matter. If you look at the chart, indeed, breast milk was found, vaginal mucus as well, and human blood. So a rather interesting concoction. It is well known the exact context of the use of that cup, spanning the archaeological record from the New Kingdom well into Roman times, is still poorly understood, and so is the nature of the contents of the beverages that they may have contained. That Nymphaea caerulea was part of a fermented alcoholic drink in this case was evidenced by the presence of tartaric salt, yeast proteins, and royal jelly that are all recognized markers for wine. So whatever was contained in this test cup was a sort of wine for likely a ritual purpose that was spiked, we can say, with Nymphaea caerulea and contained other psychoactive ingredients. In light of these results, the Tampa study has provided the first clear archaeometric evidence that some ritual practices may have incorporated psychoactive botanicals, like Nymphaea caerulea, in an alcoholic beverage, paired with a specific category of ritual vessels for a specific ritual purpose. Bearing in mind that data about the narcotic and mood-enhancing properties of the alkaloids that I mentioned, that are naturally, again, contained naturally in Nymphaea caerulea, and their stronger bioavailability in alcohol, I eventually formulated the idea that if practices connected to the cult of death incorporate drinks displaying significant psychoactive quality given by the presence of Nymphaea caerulea among other substances, then it is perhaps productive to extend the investigation of the lotus presence within other rites that were overtly inviting a state of intoxication. Up to now, this angle has never been systematically explored. It's been addressed very sporadically by different scholars, albeit with no unified voice, no real unified voice. So pursuing the reconstruction of specific aspects of ancient Egyptian rituals, of any ritual in general, is notoriously a process that must reckon with potential methodological pitfalls and tunnel vision induced by preservation bias. It is possible, however, to adopt a materiality-heavy research approach to investigate all the available categories of evidence, cross-referencing archaeological and textual sources, and eventually seeking to corroborate one's finds with the help of archaeometry, which is really what I'm really trying to do for my dissertation on the lotus. Archaeometry remains the last and one secure way of identifying botanical substances, and it's not without its obstacles, but it's definitely worth pursuing. Another issue in this pursuit is represented by identifying the correct nomenclature for the blue lotus in ancient Egyptian textual sources. As we've already seen, there's already confusion in modern terms that do not reflect the correct indigenous species. The medical texts also do not appear at all to discriminate between blue lotus, white lotus, and the non-alloctinus, the London nucifera, when it was introduced. So it seems likely that to the Egyptians, all lotuses were lotuses to some extent. A crucial research question has also been in what kind of ritual it is more plausible to find the kind of evidence this study is hoping to uncover. So again, I'm presenting very preliminary results, and for time constraints, it's going to be a very cursory review of the sources I'm considering, but some interesting takeaways can be already pointed out. Now, a survey of Egyptian lexeme related to the lotus have been conducted in a diachronic manner across different periods of Egyptian history for me to assess how many terms can be positively associated with the chosen botanic species. So that would be the Nymphaea genus. So far, I identified 9 terms that seemingly expressing the lotus flower, mostly found in medical texts, but not just in medical texts. They also span throughout funerary texts, literary compositions, poetic compositions. So they really span across different genres. They can express the lotus flower or selected part of the plant. So you can see a rundown here. The lemmas are organized by descending number of attestations. Sishen being the most common word for lotus, whatever variety of it is intended, and Nefer and Serapet being some of the least represented. I'm pretty sure the Serapet has just a couple attestations, Nefer has just one. This in the pyramid texts, it can be noted that Sishen and Necheb, which would be the second most represented lexeme, seem to be entirely interchangeable. There doesn't seem to be any distinction in between the two terms. However, in terms of chronological distribution, Neheb is visibly concentrated in the Ptolemaic period. There's a couple mentions from the New Kingdom, but really it seems to be a Ptolemaic period theme. Papyrus Harris 500, dated to 19th dynasty, offers, in fact, a very handy juxtaposition of Seshen, Serapet, that I here translated with lotus leaf, and Nehemet, just another word that apparently would mean lotus bud, according to the sources and cross-referencing the sources. In this literary papyrus, it said that Sekhmet is a lotus leaf, Serapet, Yadet is a lotus bud, that would be Neheb, and Nefertem is his own lotus blossom, Seshen. So the difference here seems to be that Seshen is really the blossoming, the blooming lotus associated indeed with the god Nefertem, Nefertum. The association of Sekhmet with the lotus leaf, I haven't found other parallels, but it's definitely going to be investigated. So at least some sources offer some distinction, some context for these terms. By extending the analysis of any mention of the lotus adjacent lemmas, an extremely intriguing but very fragmentary literary papyrus emerged in my research among the UCL Kahun papyrus from the Middle Kingdom. There would be UC 3227 R1b, which contains what is, to my knowledge, an unparalleled mention of the idea of lotus eaters, or better, consumers of lotuses. The indigenous word would be Am Seshenu. So literally, they who consume the lotuses. It is interesting to me how is used here. It's one of the more common unem to express after consuming. So that would also need some further explanation, because these idea of lotus eaters, which some of you might be acquainted with the lotus eaters from the Odyssey, it's so far unprecedented in Egyptian sources. Now, speaking of which kind of context am I analyzing, where am I trying to find hints of the use of the lotus for ritual purposes, and especially its use to achieve an enhanced state of consciousness? Well, I naturally reverted to the context of the festival of drunkenness, or the festivals of drunkenness, since different locations at different festivals. Of course, the most important one, the most famous one, is the festival of drunkenness itself, the Teh festival, which seemed the most natural terrain to investigate the use of psychoactive beverages. The fest, as many of you will be already aware, was a ritual celebration attested until the Ptolemaic period from apparently the reign of Nusere, with very fragmentary evidence, centered on intoxication as a means of divine encounter, usually with a goddess that is either Hathor or Sekhmet or Mut. So the goddess is connected to the myth of the distant goddess, or the return of the distant goddess. And indeed, the mythological foundation of the festival of drunkenness seems to be the destruction of mankind and related myths. This idea, of course, that the goddess Sekhmet apparently especially started would be appeased. So as in the ritual of Sehotep Sekhmet that is documented in Ptolemaic times, she was then pacified by drinking vast quantities of red-colored beer, hence achieving a state of narcolepsy, after which she would be placated. And at the course of the festivals, we do know that thanks to many, some drinking songs, thanks to visual arts, especially from banquet scenes in tombs, especially in tombs of the 18th and the 19th dynasty, but also from other scattered kind of evidences, participants consumed beer or wine, thanks to music, and entered a state of altered consciousness. And apparently these revelries routinely ended in nocturnal orgiastic rites, for which texts like the hymn of Hathor of Medamud suggest an ending into hopeless drunkenness and eventually sleep. Practices of incubation, so sleeping in a temple setting in order to achieve a vision of the goddess Hathor, usually, seem to be also part of this ritual. At the Ptolemaic, at the this feast took place from the 18th to the 20th of the month of Thoth. And again, it's very well attested until very well into the Ptolemaic, so it seems to really bloom, or at least we have more sources regarding this. The ritual dates also to the 18th dynasty, when Hatshepsut built a port of drunkenness that has been thoroughly published by Betsy Bryant. Betsy Bryant as called it Wah or Uha and Teth, so really the broad hall of the drunkenness. The location or the shape of what kind of structure this might have been is up to debate, of course. But it was located in a temple of Mut at Karnak. Eventually, the structure was apparently demolished, as has been proven by the archaeological record, and the revelries for the Festival of Drunkenness apparently took place instead in the first court of the pylon, the Temple of Mut. So, why the Festival of Drunkenness? Well, the Festival of Drunkenness has left also some material evidence that I'm going to discuss in a second. But first, I want to share with you some interesting takeaways from the survey of the written records related to the rituals connected to the Festival of Drunkenness. So Poe and Smith has published a lot of a set of ostraca, demotic ostraca, with what can be defined as drinking song and hymns that are incredibly informative. For example, for us to understand the connection between this idea that the goddess, so whatever goddess, be it Hathor, Sekhmet, or Mut, or Nehamit, or Ai, was contained inside the vessel that was used to drink the wine prescribed from the ritual. The Demotic Ostracan 1 instead, in fact, says, the singers will come, the priest of Chai, who renders joyful the countenance of all who come to worship Nehamanit within the temple. Nehamanit, who dwells in the marsh. When they are drunk, they will see the Meret goddess by means of the vessel. This idea of seeing the goddess, which was apparently a very big part, the verb uses ma, usually. So having this vision of the goddess is really a recurring feature of these festivals. Also contains one other promise from festival goers, which would be, I will not neglect your vessel. I will drink, I will eat, I will sing, I will become drunk, I will see the face of I daily. So this connection between drinking the ritual wine and seeing the goddess, I find particularly interesting because thanks to later sources, especially Dioscorides, so the Greek author, we do know that in order to make almost a single drop of perfumed oil infused with Nymphea cerulea, so the lotuses, according to the number that he gives, more than 2,000 lilies were needed. So the interesting thing here is that...
sorry, we are running a little late, so just could you take a couple more minutes to finish?
Absolutely, yes. So again, this underscores the desire to be drunk. Now, drunkenness, of course, is in itself an altered state of consciousness, but hallucinations are not necessarily part of the drunk experience, which is what has brought me also to investigate. I do not have, again, today it's very cursory, but like investigating how these rituals might shape language, meaning if I can find any traces of the idea of not only drunkenness, but also a concept of hallucinations being experienced as very enhanced state of consciousness and euphoria as an effect of the alkaloids contained in the wine by means of the lotus that would also be soaked into the wine. There's a material culture. So many vessels support a lotus flower decoration or imagery, but not all are relevant, of course, for the scope of this study. I have been focusing on march bowls, of course, lotiform chalices. The lotiform chalice, especially because in the Inn of Medamud, there's a mention of seeing the goddess through the vessel, and the word for vessel is determined with, in fact, the lotiform chalice. So this will provide a direct link between the material culture and the ritual. But yes, there's many votive offerings to Hathor, basins, march bowls, and many other objects that I cannot list here that I will be likely testing for archaeometric analysis for alkaloids. Another source would be New Kingdom banquets and tombs. As it is well known, the real meaning, so what they actually depict, is subject to debate. It's not clear if it's meant to just depict revelries in private settings or non-ritual setting, or if in fact these scenes are feeling the influence to some extent of the most notable drunkenness rituals. What I will note here in the tomb of Paheri is that the three women, the three festival goers or revelries in the bottom right corner, all have theophoric names composed with Nebu, which of course is the next of the goddess Hathor, and one of them, her name is actually Nebu, usually plus an attribute. So she is Nebu Em Nechebet. So the golden one is in the lotus. And again, the lotus imagery in these scenes is really ubiquitous. I would also add that if we follow ancient Egyptian artistic conventions, many of these vessels often depict a lotus flower on the top. Now, it has always been interpreted because there are garlands, of course, also on these vessels. Has always been interpreted as an ornament. I would argue instead that it is time to consider the possibility that following artistic conventions for Egyptian art, where usually objects are depicted in their more, let's say, from their most important perspective, I would in fact argue that this is depicting the fact that the flower is supposed to be inside the vessel. I will be conducting some archimetric techniques. Now, of course, one would always want to choose non-invasive techniques, but some of the actually invasive ones, so which require scraping the actual vessel. So, of course, again, this definitely invasive, are unfortunately also the ones that are most likely to yield the desired results because they are better at molecular identification. This is really important because headspace solid phase macular extraction is a very, very great non-invasive technique. It basically seals the object and then analyzes the chemical compounds, the volatile chemical compounds that might have stuck in the condensation created by this, let's say, sealed space. But unfortunately, it's not very good. It's only good at volatile organic compounds. What usually helps us distinguish between a lotus or another, or the Luminosyphera and another family, is usually the fatty acids and the chains of them, which already tend to get really degraded in the archaeological record. But again, invasive techniques usually yield.
Beatrice,
better
perfect.
Yes.
Yes, if you want to take 1 minute to write the conclusions, then we'll start with our next presentation.
Absolutely. I'm done. So yeah, so despite the mounting evidence, this notion that the lotus is not just an inert botanical substance, it has not entirely permeated Egyptological discussion, and it has received like really limited niche attention from some scholars. The ultimate research goal for me would be not necessarily a comprehensive reconstruction, because again, a reconstruction ritual is a very ambitious pursuit, but at least to come up with a plausible evidence-based model that allows me to trace the presence of the blue lotus within known rituals, and once established, explains the modes and rationale for its inclusion. It also seems to me that an investigation on the concept of drunkenness as just alcohol-induced in ancient Egyptian ritual practices, especially in the context of drunkenness rituals, must be updated to also include the notion of psychoactive compound-induced intoxication. So the idea that there were substances with narcotic, euphoria-inducing compounds that indeed may explain some of the terminology and some of the depictions that we see around these kind of rituals in the archaeological and textual evidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that for the cursory.
All right, we won't have an opportunity for questions, but folks can ask questions online or email. I'd like to bring up our next speaker. اسمها ايه؟ ما فيش؟ ايوه صح لكن البي تمام. Wonderful. So our next presentation will be by Noha Abdel Salim on mobile kits of healing.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Today I'll talk about mobile kits of healing, the circulation of portable medical instruments in Roman Egypt. Over the past 3 decades, ancient historians have increasingly shifted focus from medical theory to actual practice. Roman Egypt provides unparalleled evidence thanks to the extraordinary survival of Greek papyri. Documents show the movement of medical objects between practitioners and households. The portable medical kit, both as a physical object and a social artifact, remains under examination despite papyrological attestation. This paper investigates the material and social cultures of medical practice in Roman Egypt, examining the role of portable medical toolkits and their circulation among physicians, assistants, and household networks. Papyrological evidence reveals a mobile mode of therapeutic activity grounded in the continuous movement of instruments, remedies, and expertise. Shed light on the actual practice between individuals and the flexible circulation of medical kits in order to provide better medical care within the limits of available resources. Sure, there are many previous studies, but papyrological evidence is still showing the pulse of the life. We have Dricot, approach of healing in Roman Egypt, Hitraj, the médecin et malade de l'Égypte romain, Jackson, doctors and diseases in the Roman Empire, and many studies about the theory of the medical. But in this paper, the material and social cultures of medical practice that describes the everyday objects, tools, and personal relationships that shaped how medicine was practiced in Roman Egypt. On the material side, it encompasses the artifacts that traveled with the healers and patients. Small portable papyrus prescriptions, such as the tiny 3 × 6 centimeters P. Princeton, containing slave recipes, prepared compounds, drugs to pharmathicon, and portable medicine chests, pharmathiki, and surgical instruments like the cauter, which were produced, packaged, and sent across rural and remote areas via private postal networks. Portable medical toolkits served as a vital instruments for extending professional care beyond the physician's immediate presence in Roman Egypt. Their circulation among physicians, trained assistants, and household networks created an efficient system that allowed remedies and basic equipments to move quickly from urban centers to remote villages. This mobility enabled family members to participate directly in treatment, transforming the household into an active site of medical support, while maintaining links to expert knowledge. Families and patrons exchange letters about illness, coordinated dispatch of patients or medicines, and enacted care plans at home. Eukarya mattered, waiting for the right moment, or courier to move people, instruments, and remedies efficiently. Expert linkage, physicians and assistants sustained ongoing guidance through correspondence, sustaining treatment despite distance. Circulation of toolkits activated households as treatment sites while preserving expert oversight and a response to uneven access to physicians' drugs and equipments. Medicine has passed through many stages: theory and practice, development and the folk traditions, and alternative medicine. Yet the papyrus remains an inspiring source, representing the pulse of the ancient life and revealing how physicians exchanged not only tools but knowledge and experience as well. To this day, we find the urban centers enjoy a far greater share of all services and the realm of healthcare. Rural population are compelled to travel to cities in search of better treatment. Yet skilled physicians can overcome such challenges, whether the shortage of tools or resources, through what is well attested among doctors, requesting medical instruments from elsewhere, seeking prescriptions and guidance from experienced colleagues, or suspecting one therapeutic elements with a more readily available alternative. Something wrong. Uh-huh. The next?
Next.
Yes, but
Okay.
it's a problem here. Okay. Not every region enjoyed ready availability of physician specialists, expertise, or essential medicines, particularly in remote rural areas. Yet this limitation didn't halt the continuity of treatment. Instead, individuals, through personal and household networks, develop flexible solutions based on the constant exchange and circulation of portable medical kits, compounds, remedies, and professional knowledge. In many cases, people sent requests to fill shortages or meet urgent needs. The following paragraphs present papyrus examples that illustrate this system of health care. What's the problem? That's okay. The previous. I want the previous.
To go back with this one.
Okay. P. Merton 12, this document clearly illustrates an important aspect of the exchange of medical expertise among practitioners, not only through the transmission of remedies, but also through evaluating their composition, discussing their effectiveness, and requesting improved formulations. In one line, we can see, you sent me 2 medical prescriptions, one of argathotheon and the other a wound salve. This indicates the exchange of written medical receipts, a direct form of professional knowledge transfer. In another line, the argathotheon is probably composed, but the wound salve doesn't contain a sufficient proportion of resin. This reflects critical evaluation of pharmaceutical composition, pointing to the shared standards of quality and practical expertise. Okay. In another line, we find, send me the receipt of the dissolving type of the, for there is also solid tetrapharmacous preparation. This highlights a direct request for a specific formulation alongside awareness of multiple compounds traditions reflecting a shared professional. This document demonstrates that the exchange of medical expertise involved circulation of written prescriptions, evaluating of drugs composition, discussing of pharmacological classification, and requests based on the therapeutic needs, although altogether it reveals a collaborative professional environment in which medical knowledge was continuously refined through correspondence. And also, in another line, I ask you for an excellent wand salve capable of treating the feet without danger, for I am in urgent need. This shows the specialized request grounded in the clinical experience with precise therapeutic experimentation. In another line, we can find you wrote that there are two types of the solid preparation. This points to the discussion of medical substances indicating therapeutical knowledge exchange. In Ostraka Claudius 120, in line in it, we can read, you will send something for the wand day later to keep it open, mark not it. Medical tool supply exchange, the term dies to leaden refers to the probable damage and prevents the surface from closing before the internal tissue has healed. Logistical instructions, the command semen emphasize the need for professional labeling or identification of the medical item being sent, ensuring that the correct tool was used for the specific medical necessity. Practical cooperation, this indicates that medical practice in the Roman quarries wasn't just about therapeutical knowledge, but about the physical transfer of specialized equipment and materials needed for immediate care. These documents clearly illustrate a fantastic glimpse into the logistical side of medical care in the harsh environment of the Eastern Desert. It highlights the practical exchange of specific medical supplies and tools, and between individuals managing injuries. In Pardi Oslo 54, we can read, send me the medicine chest, medical kit. This is a directly request for a key medical tool used to store and organize drugs, indicating that such equipment circulated between individuals rather than remaining fixed in one place. In another line, after asking the physician for a strong drug and another milder one, this shows that medical kit functioned as a part of border therapeutic system serving to transport medicines obtaining from practitioners, thus linking tools and pharmacological practice within a network of exchange. This document clearly illustrates the exchange of medical tools practically through the transfer of medical chest used to store and transport remedies. In PX Renachas 4001, we can read, "Make haste to send me the bronze tablet so that I may produce other instruments, not the same ones." This indicates the use of material object, bronze plate, in the manufacture of tools, suggesting that the exchange extends to the means of producing medical equipments. In another line, and likewise, send me an instrument and cupping vessels. This is a direct request for a specialized therapeutical instruments and clearly demonstrating the circulation of particular medicine equipments. In another line, send also 3 literi of compounds cholera. Although referring the medication, this request is closely linked to the use of medical tools, as such preparation were applied within a border instrument practice. Collorion refers to a small prepared medical tablet or loom, typically made from mixed pharmaceutical ingredients. In Greek Roman medical practice, it most commonly denotes a collorium, that is a remedy used especially for eye treatment, often dissolved or ground before application. Its forms made it convenient for storage, transport, and standardized use in everyday and every medical practice. Deliver it to the clinic from Eudaimon. This points to an institutional settings, a medical clinic, where such tools and materials were collected and managed, reflecting an organized framework for their circulation. Iatreion, it refers to a designed place where physicians examine patients, prepare treatments, and stores medical tools and drugs. In bibliological context, it often implies a semi-organized professional space rather than a larger institutional hospital. These documents provide rich evidence for the exchange of medical tools, showing the circulation of specialized instruments as well as materials used in their production. In another literary papyri, P. London 166, this Greek medical literary papyrus dated paleographically to the 4th century. The text is preserved in multiple columns, at least 5 on the recto, with additional fragments, each containing roughly 30 to 35 lines. Though the papyrus is fragmentary in several places, its subject is highly technical, dealing with the reduction catharismons of jaw dislocations, and it describes in detail different therapeutical methods, including the use of cautery instruments, bandages, kyriae, wooden supports, and pulley-like mechanisms to apply controlled tension. The treatment also compares alternative procedures and methods reflecting a level of a high treatment. This papyrus particularly valuable because it enriches our understanding of ancient medical practice as both mechanical and discursive. It demonstrates that not only the practical use of complex instruments in treatment, but also the circulation and evaluation of professional knowledge, revealing a tradition of technical experimentation and shared expertise in Greco-Roman Egypt. Conclusion. Taken this bibliological text demonstrates that exchange of medical tool and portable kits was not limited to the circulation of instruments and remedies, but was linked to the exchange of medical expertise and professional knowledge. Physicians not only requested and shared items such as medicine chest, drugs, and specialized instruments, but also evaluated their composition, discussed alternative treatments, and openly criticized existing therapeutic methods while proposing improvements. This reflects a high level of professional awareness where practitioners remained informed about new techniques and actively shared skills and practical experience within a collaborative network. This system points to the cost and mobility of medical equipment, making exchange a necessary strategy for efficient practice. Socially, it reveals a connected and interdependent medical community in which trust, communication, and mutual support enable both the circulation of material resources and the continuous development of medical knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noha. I think as we transition for our next speaker, we could probably one question while we get Mena's presentation up. So I will hope the microphone works. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for your presentation. I might have missed this, but I was wondering whether the sources that you were presenting, and especially the letters, it seems like you were it seems like they were all to and from medical practitioners, according to you. Is this specifically stated in the... But I mean, these are never from laymen asking for remedies from each other. It's only from professional medical practitioners.
We can find also another type of correspondence, but I focused on this to just say that we can find the circulation of tools, the exchange of experience, okay, and also I focus on certain points, but we can find a lot of things in the correspondence and letters. So we can find that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll certainly have more questions for you later. So thank you very much, Noha. All right, so I would love to introduce our final speaker for this first day of the conference, Mena Ali, who will be presenting a very interesting sounding presentation on Tasa al-Khadda.
Good evening, everyone. I hope that I was fresh as the day started as everyone else, hopefully. So thank you so much, Gabrielle, for accepting my idea to present this, and also many thanks for the academic committee for accepting my paper. Today I'm going to talk about one of the folk medicine tools and how and its origin. I'm going to trace its origin. And before I begin, I would like to introduce what this kind of medicine tool or healing tool. From where? Where? This one?
No.
Okay. Oh. Okay, we have the accounts of the travelers and the anthropologists, like, for example, the Edward William Lane, who lived actually in Egypt between 1825 and 1949, and he has actually recorded that the Egyptians used one of the very effective ways
to heal sickness of the body and mind was to inscribe Quranic verses on earthenware bowls dissolved in water, and they actually drunk by the patient. And in other cases, these healing cups or bowls were actually made out of metal, and they are engraved with verses from Quran and accompanied with talismans and figures that has specific, such as the magic squares, and sometimes they're also enchanted, filled with water, and also drunk by the patients. The same accounts or the same information is also given by Susan Blackman, who lived in Egypt between 1920 and 1930, also studying anthropology and Egyptology, and she gave also the reference to this same custom of writing inscriptions with ink on the inner surface of a pure white plate, washed with fresh water and drunk by the patient. These texts were actually seeking the help of God the Almighty, and were thought to cure by drinking, that the afflicted one drink the benefit of these sacred inscriptions to the Almighty. Sometimes the practitioners use certain surahs from the Quran, certain verses from the Quran that entail the shifa, or the healing of certain afflictions, and followed by prayers for the sufferer. The name of his mother, Fulan ibn Fulana, to be cured from this specific illness and this specific illness. Actually, they were, according to the accounts of many anthropologists, these were actually written by sheikhs, not necessarily giving or entailing religious status, but actually a high, for example, of someone of an old age, we usually call him a sheikh, and sometimes he is actually a magician, has nothing to do with religion. This tasat al-khadda that we're talking about is actually literally in Arabic called the bowl of fright, but it's not causing terror, it's actually relieving terror, or the relieving someone who has been prone to one of the accidents or something that actually led to their being frightened. I'm not going to rely in my theory too much about the work of the travelers, but actually on the word of mouth of people that I've personally interviewed, myself, the elders of my family, and the family's friends. And actually, I'm going to state several examples of these interviews. One of them is actually to have an earthenware bowl, fill it with water, put it in the head of someone who has migraine, or actually someone who is suffering from a certain type of a headache, or someone who's frightened, so a nightmare or something, or even a woman who's not conceiving, and they relate this to work of demons, the evil eye, or something like this, and sometimes she's also prone to certain type of terror. And put something like a made of metal within this water, make recitations, incantations, and now she's going to be okay. Sometimes they write on this earthenware bowl, and sometimes actually many Egyptian households, like especially those in the countryside, has these inherited from one generation to the other. And I was chatting with Dr. Hisham, he's in the room with us, and he told me that they actually inherited from their great-grandmother. And this is actually something that I have heard from lots of people. Despite the fact that you don't know how it actually works, because they no longer use it. Many of these artifacts are actually scattered in museums in Egypt or around Egypt, and they appeared in Egypt at least the 12th century, and sometimes they attributed to before that, dating back at least to the 10th century. An example of this is actually in the Egyptian Geographical Society Museum, and it's written in Arabic that هذا الطقس المباركة, this blessed bowl will benefit Allah's willing, بمشيئة الله, or inshallah, the bite of dogs. And actually we have these kind of maladies, some kind of creatures that cause maladies, the scorpions, the snakes, the dogs. And they say that difficult births, drinking 3 days, will heal, Allah's willing, the Most High. May Allah's prayers and peace upon Muhammad والسلام, the Prophet, and his family. These bowls are mostly filled with water, as I told you, and actually they are sometimes mixed with saffron, certain type of milk, oil, and exposed to the open air, to the dew. I don't know where is Gael, but they are sometimes exposed to the dew, and they are drunk by the patient first thing in the morning, 3 consecutive days, he or she or their messenger, and they're going to be okay. According to many folk stories, these maladies, as I told you, were caused by terror. So myself, I would attribute these types of maladies to the intangible aspect of malady, not the actual malady. The afflicted, frightened person may suffer from some disturbances, including nightmares, terrors at the night, and sometimes losing their ability to speak. However, in order to seek the antecedents or the origins of these magic balls, often they are attributed to the Aramaic incantation balls that appeared in Mesopotamia. And however, these Aramaic incantation balls has totally different significance. They are actually regarded as demon traps. And inside, in the center, in this one, I do not actually read Aramaic, but the inscriptions are said are actually that they should trap this kind of demon on the right-hand side, this big one, who you might see that his legs are actually tied, and on the left-hand side, this is the magician who's actually tying him. And inside the circle now he's trapped, and according to researchers, they are found buried in corners in the houses in order to protect the people in these houses from certain ailments, and also from magic, the evil eye, and also from being frightened. However, the technique is totally different, and the magic balls, the Tasat al-Khadda, is not regarded as a demon trap. Myself, I was part of a team, and we were trying to understand, and this question is actually raised in my mind by one of my colleagues. He's an Islamologist, and we were trying to understand. He asked me, do you have any incantation balls from ancient Egypt? And in order to understand why and how we do have incantation balls from ancient Egypt, the first thing that jumped into my mind is the letters to the dead that are attested in Egypt as early as the Old Kingdom, like this one, for example, that could be traced back at later on periods, like this one from Louvre, dating back to the 3rd Intermediate period. However, I was very content with this paper in his quest for seeking the origins. Professor Barry Flood wrote, he's seeking the origins of these Islamic incantation balls. He said, in addition to the chronological lacuna between the latest ceramic balls and the earliest Islamic metal balls, significant differences, as I was just saying, the content of the balls, their places of production, their iconography, and their function make the argument for an origin of incantation balls very difficult to sustain. Most of incantation balls were found sealed beneath floors, while the metal balls were used for drinking and for washing. So he actually said that this is one of the earliest common parallel that could be actually traced back to, it could be comparable with our Islamic incantation balls, and this one is actually found in Egypt, dating back to dating back to the 11th and 12th century in Middle Egypt. And he said that it actually, the one in the middle is not a demon, he's actually an angel. And this one is actually bearing some kind of Arabic pseudo-inscriptions, and they actually does not act as like the Mesopotamian traps, but rather they are could be traced back to the medieval and Islamic metal medicinal balls, of which Iraqi balls are often claimed precursors, but to the Coptic occult material produced in Egypt. Yes, the Coptic occult material, not to the Islamic balls. But for me, when I was trying to find the ancient Egyptian parallels, the one on the left-hand side is actually one of the letters to the dead that are found, that were found dating back to the 11th dynasty or the early Middle Kingdom. However, unfortunately, now it's lost in the Second World War. It was kept in the Berlin Museum. But what's interesting is that the living is addressing the dead because she is having problems. She or he are having problems because they're having injuries. Some kind of injuries. But this does not mean that they are acting as medicinal balls. They are incantation to the dead, asking the help of the Siahu or the Ahu, who actually inhabit the realm of the dead. And this also is not considered as a direct antecedent, nor have the same meaning or the same implication of the Tasat al-Khadda. So, some opinions are actually tracing the origins of Tasat al-Khadda to these Horus' healing stele and also the healing statue, like that one of the famous one of Jed Hor. Both of them are actually dating back to the late period, but actually most probably the act dating back to later periods is actually putting these kind of basins to absorb the efficient magic of the words for healing. And actually lots of them are actually dealing with the same elements, like the scorpions, like the attacks of lions and dogs and whatever. However, myself, I've actually came across one of the balls that could be direct antecedents to the modern Islamic balls or modern Tasat al-Khatta. These, during my quest, I came across these types of balls, but also they are bearing inscriptions, like this one from the Copper Cup, prayer to Nebet Hatibet for protection during the day and the night, and also this one from Karnak, dating back to the 26th dynasty, which is inscribed with a magical steel abi to prevent someone from being attacked by harmful creatures, but still they are not medicinal. So what I'm going to present now is something that is used for writing inscriptions and writing magical inscriptions. And the first thing that they heal is actually turbulence at the heart. Put the heart in its place. The first one that I came across is the spell of the Mehed ball, which is actually found in the Leiden magical papyrus dating back to the 19th dynasty. And it began with the spell of the Mehed ball for the heart to remain in its place, to drive away the influence of a manifestation, ba'u, of a god or a goddess, dead male or dead female, which is in the belly. So that this something that enters the belly is going to dislocate the heart from its place. In the end, it's actually, this manifestation is actually going to enter the belly so that it could leave its influence inside the belly, so that it obstruct the heart and make it an upturned heart against its owner. So the instructions in the end tell that this inscription should be written on a mehed, a new mehed, which is inscribed with it, recited, which is incantation, written on it with, it's not written with ochre. However, now, as we enter the belly, as the manifestation that the demons leave actually lives in the belly, the people normally use also the Mehed ball as the application for suffering from the belly, as also this spell to number 23 from Leiden magical papyrus, where Horus has actually committed something bad, eating the Abidu fish of Ra, probably causing some kind of cosmic disturbance. So now his belly, according to disturbance of the cosmos, hurts him. So the spell is instructed to be written on a new mehed with red ochre, to anoint it with honey, and to wash a man who feels suffer or sick from his belly. The same actually is found also later on the 20th dynasty papyrus Aten, which is also saying the same. However, this one is not going to be anointed, is not going to anointed with it, but is going actually to drink it. The third malady is actually to open a closed mouth, loosen a twisted tongue, and drive the fear away, which is something very interesting that's found in also papyrus Aten, and it is a spell for opening a closed mouth. Because someone has probably, it's very badly damaged in the beginning, but someone probably has lost his ability to speak. But this one is really interesting. I don't know, it might be. Okay. Oops. Okay, I think I jumped. Oops. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, this one, we have already went through it. Okay, this one should be recited over. The spell is instructed to be recited over an image of Hu, an image of Sia, and an image of Geb, Ujjat eyes, two Ujjat eyes for protection and for wholeness, and then the image of Atum with the Arias on it, and also it's instructed to be written on a Mahid ball with ochre, again ochre, smeared with honey and washed with sweet beer and given to drink, and given specially on a good day, in Nifr Hiru. Also another one for losing the speech or closing the mouth, literally stealing the mouth of someone, which is something that's attributed to the Ahu, who actually steal the speech, literally the mouth of someone, and it is instructed to be recited over an island of fire, an image of Osiris, Khipri, Isis, and an image of Nephthys, on a new mahid, repeated with Myra, and washed with sweet beer, and a remedy, it's called a remedy, that's going to rescue someone, and should be repeated 4 times, which is one of the very favorite numbers in healing. Also, loosen the twisted tongue and open the closed mouth. That happened as a result of fear, which is attributed also to the gods, to every god and every goddess. And in the end, actually, the afflicted one is equated with Horus, who's asking the help for Isis, his mother, who has herself tongue. Probably she is the one who's going to recite this one. Over a new mahid ball with inscriptions again made with ochre, which actually made me think of the metal something that's being left, because ochre also has iron oxide. So smeared with honey and washed with beer, drunk by the patient. And then if he cannot give his mouth, literally open his mouth, fumigation should be made on a figure of Osiris, anointed with women's faces, and then should be fumigated with it. I'm not sure whether the fumigation is going to allow him to open his mouth to get the remedy from the mahid, or the cure is only the fumigation. But I think that the fumigation will actually lead to the fact that he opens his mouth. The fourth malady, or the fourth issue, is actually driving the fear away, which happens at night, and also relocates the heart. It comes from Papyrus Aten, again. And this one is very, very interesting because it's a very short spill, but what is really very long is the prescription of the spill on 3 different mahid balls. It's very precise and concise, and probably the afflicted one is assimilated with Ra in the netherworld. So that the 3 mahid balls probably represent, as one of the opinions, the 3 phases of the solar cycle, because if he is having fear, which is at night, he wanted to be associated with the sun god, who got over the demons or the powerful supernatural creatures inhabiting the netherworld, and be reborn be awakened in the morning if he is asleep and he is having nightmares and fear during the night. So the teeth symbol will be drawn on the mahid ball, again with ochre, every time with ochre. Be smeared with honey, washed down with sweet beer, and drunk with someone by someone who's sick and someone who suffers. Mer. Another mahid ball, again with an image of Ra, Tifnut, like the retinue of the sun god, and also washed with sweet beer and drunk by the patient. And the third one, which is probably actually referring to the solar rising, because it has the images of Uriah that actually spitting fire, so probably it refers to the solar rising. This example is also very interesting because it is regarded as not a spill, but rather a midjat, actually a book that rebels the enemies and protects the afflicted person from every male and female enemy. And for driving away the fear and to make the heart descend to its place or be set to its place. So always we have something that's related to the heart. So it's mentioned that it should be recited again 4 times against the enemies. It's smeared with honey, washed off with sweet beer 4 times. So the 5th and the last example that we have, actually the one before the last, is driving away the heat from someone's ears, which actually leads to even more complications, also related to the heart and fear. This one is regarded as a royal book of protection, as it is actually called by the one who published it, the colleague who publishes it, and it dates back to the Sayyid era, 26th dynasty. Probably it belongs to King Bismatik, who had issues with his ears, because it is actually all regarded solving issues that has something to do with the ear. It is entitled Other Spills from Fumigating the Ear, Driving Away the Heat, and Turning Back a Dead Male and Dead Female. What's really interesting to me, what happens later on. because he says that he shall not make his heart forgetful, like the agent that causes illness will not make the afflicted person's heart forgetful. He's not going to make his heart better, and he's not going to make him worrying again. And he's not going to make tremble in his body, which is all our facets of fear and terror. He shall not, okay. And also, it's the end, the prescription ends with to be recited when Ra rises. Also, again, something in the morning at sunrise. And draw all these gods on a new mahid ball in color, anointed with honey, and washed with sweet beer and drunk by someone who suffers from his ears. The only example that I found so far for curing the snakes and related to the mahet or the mahid ball is actually comes from the unfortunately very fragmentary position Chester Beatty 11, and it's also related to Isis, who masters to know how to deal with the scorpions and the snake bites, and in the end it also should be written on a mahid ball and be washed with it. Probably either drunk or anointing the afflicted person. So what is the mahid ball? So according to several dictionaries and references, it is the type of vessel or ball that was either made of metal or pottery that contained food and beverage also. But here it is actually regarded as being employed in magical purposes. However, the root of the word, which is meh, actually bear different connotations that make us think why the ancient Egyptians choose the meh rather than anything else. It's related to the act of drinking, sucking, like imah, and also the root meh means contain, grab, seize, hold, and fill. So maybe it is related to the act of filling, like filling the spill itself, and also seizing, either seizing the demons, seizing the power of the words, and also to fill in the person, the afflicted person, with it, or it could be regarded as sometimes substitute for this heart that's actually being dislocated. Actually, it could be found in other examples that related to the acts of grabbing and seizing creatures that are not so much favorable, like the enemies, as that example from Papyrus Turin, and also example from Papyrus Leiden, where capturing a spell of capturing meh, the scorpion from its mouth, which is also done by Horus. So what's the shape of the mahid ball? Given to the fact that the new mahid ball, as you saw, is instructed to be used every time, so during the performance, and sometimes they are being smeared with honey and washed or drunk, so it's impossible to find them. Or actually, if we found them, it's going to be archaeologically very impossible, not very easy to understand that this is a mahid ball and this is not a mahid ball. However, in the Book of the Dead chapters 123 and 134, which belong to the Si'ahu, or the transfigurations to the deceased, they are actually part of some of the rituals that are done for the deceased in order to be able to become a transfigured spirit and be able to join the sun god Ra in his solar cycle. So they're actually instructed to be written on a new, again, mahid ball, but this time they are not going to be drunk. They are not implying any medicinal implications, but they are used for representing or writing drawing the god Ra and also his retinue. These mahid balls are actually found, 30 of them are now in Leiden Museum, and they are published by Professor de Marais and Raven, and they actually think that they are substitute for the solar disk, or they were filled with water to assure that the deceased is going to sail with the sun god in the netherworld. But at least it actually gives us how the mahid ball did look like. And even as you saw, they are actually very worn out. Like if they were used in our usage as for writing and smearing and drinking and everything. So, it's not going to be possible to identify them. So how we can find the core elements between Tasat al-Khadda and its ancient Egyptian counterpart, I assume. First thing, the comparison between the mahid ball and the modern Tasat al-Khadda represent a persistent tool, from my own point of view at least, popular healing methods across the ages. They have the same ritual logic as you saw. It's inscription, drawing, and incantation, and dissolution of the sacred inscriptions, ingestion, or washing of the patient, which leads consequently to healing. The sacred inscriptions that transform the tool into a sacred healing method, because it is not going to be effective without actually writing or applying this whole specific healing thing on the mahid ball. The inscribed texts are also enchanted and dissolved into liquids, water, honey, and eternalized by drinking or applied by washing. Also, both of them has apotropaic imagery, the snakes and scorpions and the magic squares in case of Dawsat al-Khadda, and also the Ujat eyes, the Heliopolitan Inia, the solar barks, and the Ahu, and so on, which reinforce protective intent. Despite of addressing largely overlapping spectrum of ailments, all attributed to the fear, which is caused by the demonic afflictions. Which actually I was chatting with a friend and asking her, how do you define fear in the very Egyptian slang? And she said, قلبي وقف رجلي, like my heart dislocates and fell literally in my legs. When I actually trying to find if this is something medicinal and this we can trace it back in the ancient Egyptian medical papyri, I found a very interesting thing in the Papyrus Ebers, talking about the heart that's dislocated, which actually they do not describe what is the medicinal. The physicians probably did not understand what does it mean, dislocation of the heart. And they did understand. It's that we do not understand their language or their perspective. Let me rephrase it. And also there is one important thing that I want to point to is that the mitu, which is the tubes that run through the body, actually start from the heart, and they're connected to the belly, and they're connected to the ears, which is very interesting that they said that the influence entered the belly, leave its manifestation in the belly. And the belly to the ancient Egyptians is called Ra'ib, which is the mouth of the heart. So today, if someone is a bit in terror, he will have some kind of complications in his fear, and he's not going to be able to understand why. So this is why probably the ancient Egyptians knew how it should be phrased. It's just that we did not understand their language. So finally, I want to point out that fear and place into the heart in its place is rather presenting the intangible facet or the intangible aspect of the malady. In both ancient Egyptian thought and contemporary popular practice, the heart, the principal locus of fright, and many internal maladies and conditions that elude visible pathology are routinely projected onto external supernatural agencies. Ancient Egyptian physicians explained heart disorders, stomach aches as obstructions in the mitu channels, as I told you, and that radiate from the heart through the digestive tract, and sometimes causing that the afflicted does not speak. In one of the examples, literally he cannot open his mouth. The presented examples of illness where heart is dislocated or even there is heat in the ear or the head are also accompanied with symptoms of fear, loss of speech, twisted tongue, sealed mouth attributed to hostile forces. This concept, which is mirrored by the modern Dawsat al-Khadda, which main aim was to eliminate fear, also the main cause of several health problems, making fear and dislocation of the heart very descriptive and intangible aspect of malady. And thank you so much for bearing with me.
We have time for one or two questions before we will have an opportunity to talk individually. Is all of your hearts have fallen to your
Firstly, thank you for a very interesting lecture. But I have one question. When you tell us about opening the mouth, okay, is this related to the pesishkef or not?
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what it's related to the pesishkef.
Do you know pesishkef?
Yeah. I know. Yeah, the opening of the mouth.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know whether it has relation with the mahid ball or not.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they use it in real life or it was something. Oh yeah. Okay. Now you hear me. Okay.
Thank you.
I don't know whether it's regarded, but because I think that it. I think the Pesishkef is something related to the netherworld, maybe on the mummification
Yeah,
thing. But this is
mummification
something,
and,
this is something
yeah.
that's related to the something who is alive and he's suffering.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just on.
Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mathilde.
Just on this point, the one thing that it strikes me is when they talk about the Metu system in Papyrus Ebers, one of the things is about the breath entering either in the ears or through the mouth, and then traveling through that via the heart out into the rest of the body. And when you think about the opening of the mouth ceremony, it's also connected with that idea of sort of revivifying and bringing in that breath of life for the deceased. So it seems like there would be good reason to put those things sort of conceptually near to one another.
I think everything is related in ancient Egypt to each other.
Everything.
To a point, yes.
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 More of a comment than a question. Thank you. This was extremely interesting, and
Thank you, Rita.
I loved all your connections. So I'm going
you,
to ask you
Rita.
later more
Thank
about
you,
it.
Rita.
But especially, I think it's great that you could use the so-called instructions of spells, not just magical medical, but also so-called funerary or anyway magic for the dead. Because I think speaking about materiality. I was discussing this before outside the lecture time, how this divide between philology and archaeology and materiality should not exist because the text actually help you to find the materiality, right? So I think this was great, actually. And I don't have any text in mind, but I'm sure there is more also in the Book of the Dead.
Regarding the Meha.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I know. You know
Oh,
these
you know, okay.
examples that 167, 100.
Right.
Yeah. They have the collective title. I think two Ptolemy papyri, and actually they have this collective title that it was found written on the Mehed ball under the head of the Sa'ahu deceased in Memphis. So I think Mehet was something very important ball in ancient Egypt.
Exactly. So with many connections as healing, but also amuletic and as a recipient for
incantation.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
No, just about the use of the mehet in the funerary context. If I remember correctly, there is at least one context where they were found in a tomb with other objects that were related to them. It was published by Bresciani, the tomb of Cennebu.
Please share it with me.
Yes, I will give you the reference later.
Yeah, but I think because these ones were actually found in Abydos in Qom Sultan.
Yeah,
like these 50
a lot of them they were found
30,
just in piles, but in this case there were these mehet bowls with other objects related to which are also mentioned in the spells.
Yeah, that would be very helpful.
Unfortunately, I think it is in Italian, the publication. But
no problem. You will translate it.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
This, I guess. Okay, so thank you very much to everyone to having stayed with us until now. Now, for everyone, there is a cocktail party and dinner in the garden. Just a quick reminder that tomorrow conference starts at 9:15 at the IFO. So thank you again, and I will see you tomorrow. Also, thank you to the people who was following us online.